we live? Hopefully, yes. Oh gosh, I am so late. I am unbearably late today. But okay, we're live now. That's good. That's nice. And Saribody's here. We're all together now. It's all fine. It's all good. Oh man. Yeah, we're good to go. Just mute this. I want the ads to run as fast as possible. There's that too, but you know, just gotta wait for Twitch to let that happen. You know, all of the good stuff. We are. Just gotta wait it out. Twitch, please let me run the ads. Please, I am begging. Okay, there you go. Just run the ads. Don't ask, just do it. Just do the thing, all right? There you go. Good Lord. Alrighty. I do believe we are good to go. Yeah. Yeah, we are. Yeah, we should be good to go. Just gotta wait out the timer and then we can actually begin. Because, you know, gotta do this whole song and dance. Yeah, it's just another minute and then we can actually begin. Not that bad. Could be way worse. All right, last bit. All right. I think that's that. Very good. Good to see. Good to see. All right. Ads are over. Let me just post everywhere. Post. 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 And post. All right. Boa tarde, Reef Citizen. Welcome. Art is looking good. Thank you, thank you. I mean, this is all old art still. Look at, I need to do most of this stuff, but I have done some stuff on last week, you know. Did a few items like this. These are new. This was the result of last week. Well, not all of this was last week. I did do a few other, you know, I did wall sections and all, but this was the bit that at the end of the week that, you know, I finished. But yeah, just trying to get it done. I did say that while lurking. Well, nice. Glad to hear it. Thank you so much. I do appreciate it. But yeah, that was mostly last week. This week, first thing to do, first on the docket today is probably going to be, I need to expand my color palette. I realized while doing the loom over here that I need a bigger color palette because I need to do a bunch of wood textures, and with just 2 browns, it's not very easy to do. So I'm gonna try out some new color palettes today. See what's there. I got 3 that I'm very indecisive between. So, you know, that's gonna be the first thing that I'm gonna do today. I'm gonna pick up this loom and I'm gonna do it, or rather repaint it with the colors on 3 different palettes, and then we'll see. It looks very good though. Thank you. It did take a little while to get it working. There was a whole bit. There was experimenting on sizing. You know, there was a whole process getting through all of it, and the bed too. The whole thing is just hard, but slowly we're getting there, which is nice. It's a process. You gotta trust the process, I guess. That's the thing. It's really hard to do stuff like this without line art, I realized. Because I don't have that many colors. I'm hoping that adding more colors will allow me to do stuff without line art. But we'll see. We'll see how that goes. I don't know. I don't know if that's gonna work, but we're certainly gonna try. It has been very interesting to watch the process. Well, I'm glad to hear that. Thank you so much. Yeah, I mean, it is going to be a bit boring sometimes because there's a lot of back and forth, and sometimes I'm just trying to decide if a pixel should be there or not. My art process can be a bit slow because I'm constantly thinking and rethinking what I should do. But yeah, hopefully, I'm glad it's interesting to some people out there because I don't know. I guess it can be a bit boring sometimes, due to the whole, you know, making choices and everything. But you know, I'm glad to hear that. That is very nice. All right, I think we're good. Yeah, I think we're good. Yeah. All right. Just gonna wait. I wanted to also add these to the game, but I think what I'm gonna do is I'm going to let this. I'm gonna finish some other stuff to finish a house, and then I'll recreate the house with the new tiles. I think that's gonna be it, with including household items and all that. Yeah. I wouldn't say boring, but I can't come up with another word to describe it. It's a learning experience for me, at least. Well, I'm glad to hear that. Yeah, because you know, there are going to be a few times, and this happens with code too, right? I am working through something. Sometimes that is code as well, right? And I don't know exactly what the end is going to be like, so I just experiment along the way. You know, I guess I could say that about everything about game development, right? I'm constantly redoing and trying to see if things stick or not, if things are working, if they're, you know, done correctly. So, you know, the whole game dev experience, the whole building a game thing can be you know, a bit tedious because it's very repetitive sometimes. You're just redoing the same things over and over and seeing if it lands correctly. But you know, that's the whole process. I mean, there's no getting away from that, I guess. It is what it is, I suppose. But yeah, I think that's gonna be it. It is the same with code. I can't even count the number of hours I spend coding in my head until I start actually typing. Yeah, I mean, doing a bit of work in your head to, figure out the logic of things is usually a sound strategy, right? Because then once you actually start writing the code, you already have a good idea in your head of what you want to do. But even then, stuff can, get in the way. Sometimes you don't consider a few things. Sometimes stuff gets away from you and you need to make a few other changes that you weren't counting on. But that's a very sound strategy, for sure. Yeah. It's just that with art, it's a little different because it is somewhat the same process, but there's more. I don't know what the exact word for it would be, but it's more open-ended, I guess, because at the end of the day, there's only going to be so many combinations for you to create an algorithm, right? Or to program an algorithm. You can make a few changes here and there, but the algorithm is still what it is, right? Whereas with art, it's very open-ended. I could put a pixel here. You can put a pixel there, and that may just change the whole piece. A little square can, throw a whole thing off. I had that happen with the loom as well. When I was doing the loom over here, there were moments I figured that, for example, the way I was doing the beams going up, just 1 or 2 pixels, for example, this bit here, this was a huge problem because I figured that this could read like a chair almost. And then I had to change how the curvature of the whole thing happened, like this, and then it would read less as a chair. So I had to make the transition from here to here. But that's something that you can only see as you're doing it, as the pieces coming together. Yeah. Art is very visual or auditory. Yeah. An algorithm is completely abstract. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. It's more of a spur in the moment thing. Although, with algorithms, it's the same thing, right? Sometimes you also have to do some creative thinking and going back and forth. But it is true. Yeah. There's a bit of push and pull on both things. Tis a thing. But yeah, I still haven't done the whole round house thing. I have to get on that, but because I did a bunch of experiments here. I don't know if you were here for that, but I can showcase it a little bit. I think it's this file. Yeah, I was trying to, do round walls because most of the houses in that era were like round houses and stuff. So, but yeah, this needs a little refinement. I have to. That one's going in the back burner, I guess. Right now, I'm just focusing on, household items, and that's it. Eventually, I'll have to go back to it. Possibly this week. Don't know if I'm going to be able to tackle it this week, but I have been doing research for trees as well. So I'm going to do at least one version of a few tree types so I can get them into the game. So I don't have these tiny generic trees anymore. I want to do a few different species, different things that you can collect off of them. Like fruit and other things. But yeah, that's mostly it. There's a lot of trial and error to both. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Either way, watching someone going through the process is not boring. It may look boring, but it isn't. Well, I'm glad you to hear that. Yeah. Cuz to me, I am constantly doing these things. I'm constantly, creating the art and doing the code and everything else. And I keep thinking to myself, man, it must be so boring looking at me just going at the same thing for, at this point it's been more than a year that I've been at this game. I guess some people can get tired, I suppose. But, you're right. It is part of the whole process. And I'm glad to hear it's not boring. You know, at least there's that. At least there is that. Okay, so here's what I'm going to do. I need to check colors. So I'm going to check colors. Let's do that. Let's move a copy down here. Because, yeah. Previously, this was the palette that I was working with. It is an okay palette. I do quite like it. But there aren't a lot of browns here. There are reds. And there's, you know, the orange palette. But there's no browns, which makes it very, very hard to do wood. And there's a lot of wood in this game. Funny how I initially found the new villagers odd, but now they look so much better for the game than the placeholders. Well, yeah, it's going to be an ongoing process. Right now they look off, mostly because the art style is very different. If you look at it, you know, these trees, for example, the outline is very thick. And that's, you know, that was also a thing with the with everything else. So this whole art style is basically 2 lines of thickness for everything. And the style that I'm going for is not exactly the same. So while this is in the process of changing everything, of putting everything back together, there is going to be a whole process where things don't line up very well. Because it's a very different art style. So, you know, that's going to happen no matter what. Sacred Timo, thank you so much for the follow. welcome. Thank you, Almighty Timo. Please don't shroom me, okay? I've been a good girl. But yeah, there is going to be a whole process where this is just not going to look good while, you know, it's ongoing. But that's part of the whole. That's part of the thing, yeah. The trees and other placeholders look out of place to me now, even they're still the majority. Ah, I see. Yeah, I mean, there is that. Yeah, I do need to change them. But that's going to be an ongoing process. Don't worry, I will stand here, very still and invisible. Okay, I'm glad. All right, I'm okay with that. You know. Welcome. I hope you're doing good. Oh, Keeper Creaker, welcome. I hope you're doing good. Hello, everybody. I hope everybody's having a nice Tuesday and all. Hello. But yeah, I'm gonna keep on working on household stuff, but I need to do the palette first. The ongoing process is what we're here for. Yeah, I mean, in a way, yeah, there is that. It is true. All right, let's see. Because like I was mentioning, this was the old palette. There's not a lot of browns in here, which is a problem. I was doing the loom with basically orange colors, which, I mean, it's okay, but I needed a bit more variety. So I came up with these 3 palettes. They're supposed to be like upgrades or bigger ranges of what I initially had here. The colors won't align perfectly, but you know, they're very similar because it's from the same creator. So there is that. Hi Azil, welcome. Hi Shashi, sorry. And going. I have class now. Have fun. I see. Well, thank you so much for the lurk. I do appreciate it. So yeah, we're gonna see how this looks with the new brown palettes that we've got going on here. There's a lot of color ramps that I can use now, so hopefully that'll help me out somewhat. We're gonna see how that sticks. So 1, 2, 3. Let's start with this one. I'm gonna do the wood first because wood is initially the whole bit where it gets a bit harder to do, but we'll see. Oh, Forgetful Programmer, welcome. Morning, good morning. I hope you're doing good. Hello. hello. I hope you're doing good. Let's see. It's not gonna look immediately interesting, but we'll work on that. we're going to be okay. Okay, that's too dark. Oh yeah, but there are a few things. Yeah, because I didn't have enough browns. Now that I do, I need to make a few changes to this thing. Pick up a darker one. Do shadows with. Because these are supposed to be shadows. And you know, initially it will probably look a little off. Because it's different. There is that. But we'll see. Ah, okay. Well, yeah, now that I have different colors, I can actually do a few more details with this. Which is not that bad, actually. Okay, let's do the darker brown back here. Oh, that's right. Yeah, because this initially was supposed to be other colors now. Yeah, we can do stuff like this. I still need to do the whole the tapestry, but we'll go through the tapestry later. For now, I really just want to get the wood feeling okay. I think that's it, yeah. Just do this. The wood is going to look a little lighter, but that is actually as, you know, it's actually kind of better. Because at the end of the day, you know, when wood gets treated, when it gets, you know, sanded down, it usually takes on a lighter color than, you know, like this. It usually doesn't look like this. God, even looking at it now makes me a little queasy. All right, let's see. Try to that'll do. Let's also do that. And now, since we have other colors, we can actually do different colors here. We can actually. This doesn't have to be the color of the wood. It can be different. All right. Looking good. This and also the grays. There. Also, yeah. That'll do. Okay. And these can actually be a little lighter now. Have different colors for this too. Having more colors, you know, Gives us a bit more leeway for things, which is pretty nice. These might be a little too light. I need to give them a little more of a darker tone. Yeah, that'll do, I think. All right, it doesn't look that bad, actually. That actually looks pretty nice. It does. I mean, there are a few things where could change a few things here and there, but not that bad. I like this one. All right, let's see the other one. I think I'm actually just gonna copy this. It's easier to manage the colors on this one. Okay, let's see. Brown palette is this one. Let's see. This would be... It's kind of pinky. Pink-ish. Yeah, the wood here is definitely a bit more of a pinker color. Which I hadn't actually realized until now. Yeah, actually doing the doing these experiments with items will actually help out a little bit. Because some of these things might look a bit iffy when you're putting it up against the... Yeah. Oh, I actually forgot one thing. I'm assuming, because the color is so close. Yeah, it's so close that it's barely imperceptible, but that's okay. Okay, let's see. As for the fabric, we'll do this one. As for the reds, the reds do clash a little bit because the red and the orange and the brown palette do kind of mix into each other right at the end here. So maybe I don't know if I like the fact that this looks very pinky though. It's so much pinky. Hiya TV Faxoy, welcome. Hello, guess who plans to change his company to work? Ooh, have you already got some prospects? Because I do remember you having a bit of trouble at your company. I'm hoping you have some new prospects. That'd be very nice. Iffy. Alright, let's see the grays, I guess. Where would this be? Like something like that? Oh, and there is... Not a fan of this one. I thought it was okay when I was doing characters, because I did a whole bunch of experiment with characters for this. Which one is it? Yeah, I think it's this one. I did a whole experiment with characters for these palettes. It's this one. This is the one. Because this one looked a bit okay, but yeah, now that I look at it, yeah, the wood does look a bit pinky in a way, I guess. Don't know. Still, this is the one I like the most so far. Let's see this one. Let's see if this one takes the cake. Because they're all very close. It's just there's a few colored divergences here and there that might change how, items get read at any point. The problem is there's not much companies matches with me in Turkey. That's why I also apply for abroad. Oh yeah, absolutely. If you have the option, applying for abroad is definitely the way to go. Middle one is pinkish. Yeah. I don't like this one very much. I do like this one a lot though. This, I was kind of leaning towards this palette even when I was doing the character experiments. So if I remember correctly, this one is, yeah, it's this one right here. It's the middle one. I do quite like this one. I was doing experiments on this one by far the most, but I also found these other two. So these are all by the same person. That's why they have similar names, right? And there's very small changes to each one. So I'm trying to figure out, yeah. Because with characters, it didn't look like they were all that different. Sure, they do have a different tonality of sorts. You can check it in the clothes and everything. And the one I was leaning towards the most was this one, was the left one. This one right here. So we'll see. We'll see if that stays true. Oh, you got something new to show? Let me see. Okay, let me... Video, you need to pause, okay? Because you're playing, but people won't be able to see it. There you go. Let's see. Ah, building placement with alignment. I like it. Very cool. Very cool. Look at that. Oh, that looks so nice. That looks really cool. That looks very, very nice. Yeah, I'm glad to see you're making, making progress with it. Very cool. Very cool. But are these changes in Godot? Not yet. Not yet. Hiya, Totem. Welcome, welcome. Left one looks cool. But also the right one looks cool. Middle one is pinkish. No, the right one I haven't changed yet. The right one is the original. So this is the original. This is the one we did last week. It's this guy right here. I'm trying to get to a palette with more browns on it. Because I figured, there's not enough browns and grays on this thing. And I need a lot of wood and stone in this game. So I'm probably going to need something a bit more enveloped. But yeah. It very deeply depends on the wood. Because to make sense, they would have most access to a single type of tree. Depends. Yeah. I mean, there are studies, or at least I've been reading some studies, that they had access to a bunch of different wood types. I don't know if they would gather all of the wood types or if they would leave some alone. But yeah, there's just a bunch of things that I have to consider. But yeah, I do. This one is the one I like the most so far. We'll see. We'll see how that... We need to finish this one to make sure. Yeah. Do you have any suggestions for me to translate the game? I know it is too early as of it. Suggestions to translate the game? I mean, depends on how if you're doing it through Godot's translation system, right? You should be good to go, I think. Hiya, Toto. Welcome, welcome. Sorry, I always join without saying hi. That's totally fine. Don't worry about it. I-89 is the gold standard. Yeah, I mean, depends a lot on what you want to do with it. Because you could do it through a file. You could do it through a CSV. Are you talking about implementation or actual translation? Source, you're too positive. You gotta fight a bit. No, I'm good. I you know. But I wouldn't say, look, Mom, my game is translated in languages. I don't know if it exists. I mean, text translation? I don't know, actually. There are a lot of companies out there that do that work. But I haven't gotten in touch with any of them because, you know, I've, what's the word for it? I've had the game prepared to have translations in, but I haven't actually done the translations. I usually do Portuguese and English because those are the two languages that I'm proficient with. But for everything else, I don't know. I'm probably going to get in touch with a company or, I don't know, something. If it gets to that point, you know, we'll see. I've used a bunch of translation companies. Most of them now use AI and have slashed a big chunk of their employee size. Eesh. That's grim. That's real grim. Let's do this one. Oh, I didn't do this stuff at the back, did I? Maybe I did. Then this. It's kind of funny that there's even another brown here. It's so dark though. You can barely even check it. Oh, I didn't do the line art, did I? I forgot to do the line art. I forgot to do your line art. Yeah, there we go. I don't think I forgot. Maybe I did. Yeah, I forgot to do that as well. Okay. Okay. Just gotta do the midsection with the... Although, to be fair, could use the... Which one did I use? Oh, that's right, because these are all the same. The highlight color is all the same. I guess I would use the white one then. White, then that one. Then this one. And this. I mean, I do that. This one is also not that bad. I don't know which I like the most, actually. Let me do a little bit of an experiment here. I'm gonna try to go lighter on it. See if it sticks. Let's see. You. And you. That looks a bit closer to that. I mean, I could also make this darker just to see the difference. Let's try to make this a little darker. See how it... Okay, I'm sorry. Oh god, there's so much typing. I'm so sorry. Unless we're talking ancient text that will make you pay a shitload of money. Oh yeah, I'm assuming that that's the case, yeah. I used to test between English and Turkish and the result was, yeah. I mean, you gotta be careful with that, yeah. Because they're not... They don't take into account context and all of that. It was a bit iffy. Hi, Akaga. Welcome. I hate this future. I know. I hate it too. Hi, Akaga. Welcome. Perplexity, maybe? Perplexity would be one of the best ones, I guess? I hate everything. Source, we really need to do a game design talk in live where you take 40 minutes explaining what kind of woods they would use. Oh, I mean, I do have a list. I've been reading a bit of a... I can't even. It's like a big book. It's a book about what life was back then, and they do actually list a bunch of biological data, animals, plants, everything that existed at the time. I have what 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 trees, at least 9 different trees that they used back then. So I got my work cut out for me. So yeah, I mean, to be fair, some of these 3 of these are oaks, so I'm assuming that their wood type would be, similar. And no, oh yeah, that's basically it. All the others are different. But that's just what it's gonna be. I prefer human translation. Yeah. There are some at Fiverr. What do you think about ones in Fiverr? I don't know. That's the thing with Fiverr. You can get someone who is really good, and you can also get one that is really bad. That is, unfortunately, the quality there is going to be very on or off. Yeah. It depends a lot on the person. Human translation costs a bit. They asked me $2,000 for 26 questions with 4 answers each, roughly. Some just had the right text here because they were open languages. Okay. Fiverr is a bit hit or miss. You might get good ones. You might get people using it. Yeah, that's the thing. It's very hard. Yeah. There are people who do that for €5. Maybe them. Could be, but yeah, it's like Totem was mentioning. It's a Russian roulette, basically. Open questions. Got it. Anything that is under $20 per page, I'd avoid. But even then, if you don't know if AI will be involved, yeah. You get what you pay for. That is true. Yeah. Hiya, Flair. Welcome. Still looming. Kinda, sorta. The loom is finished. I'm just, there was a whole thing last week where I was having a bit of trouble with, making this look wooden. And I figured that this palette has very little in terms of browns and grays, which I will need a lot for wood and stone. So now I'm just testing 3 palettes that I've got from the same creator of this palette, which kind of extends the colors a little bit. And I'm trying to see which one is the best one to use. For the thing. But eventually I will start working on new stuff, so don't worry. Situation looks gloomy. True. Wood list. Yeah, I have like 9 types of threes that were found to be part of the flora of that era. Yeah. There's 3 types of oaks: normal oaks, cork oaks, holm oaks, birches, hazels, willows, pines, sweet chestnuts, and common walnuts. Those are because I've been reading a book and I've been slowly making a list of all the things I find in terms of food, resources, wood types, stone types, all of that. And yeah, those are the wood types that I've gotten so far. But of course, not all of these would be used, right? They probably wouldn't use all of these for most of their daily tasks, but at least they existed, so I want to have them in the game somewhere. We need a PowerPoint, flashy images, cool transitions, and a wood tier list, of course. Some wood types are too flexible for specific uses. Some are too stiff. Some are too brittle. Some are great for firewood and nothing else. Yeah, that's the thing. I'll have to research a bit the types of wood and what they're used for. But yeah, the trees do exist, so that means that I at least have to, make the trees for it. But yeah, I'll have to research that a bit more in depth. But at least I have a list of trees that I can actually do graphics for. So I'm a bit better off in that regard. Yeah. I think I would be great for firewood. Flair, no. You'd be terrible for firewood. Let's not do that. Me yelling at my dwarves, telling them to use driftwood to build. Wood is wood. True. Any kind of wood is fine, right? I mean, that's totally fine. I don't want it, my game to be only English and Turkish. I will feel like I am saying, hello guys, look at me. I am Turkish. We don't ride camels. Oh my god, dude. Well, I mean, there's always the thing that what I am going to do, for example, you could do something similar. You launch your game in Turkish and English because those are the two languages that you're more proficient with, and eventually you add new ones as time allows, right? But it's not bad just launching with two languages. You know, you're only you. You gotta, take it easy on yourself. Oh, so you're a game dev? What are you studying for your game? Graphics, engine development? No, just trees. Just trees. Oh, and also copper. Apparently there were a few. I'm still researching. I'm researching a bit further than what I'm doing right now. So I'm also researching about copper and all of that. So it's been a fun read. Yeah. Hiya, Ziegler. Welcome. Hello from Poland. Well, hello from Portugal. Welcome. I hope you're doing good. I spent 4 weeks reading about birch trees in 300 BCE. Oh yeah, absolutely. It's been a thing. This whole thing started during that day where we had a blackout and I didn't have any electricity, so I just started reading, and now I'm just going at it. Getting stuff done. For what it's worth, having the game in English gets a lot of mileage by default. Yeah, that's the thing. If you at least have English, you'll have a grand majority of your player base, coming in. Of course, other languages will also help. That's a given, right? But if you start at least with English, you should be, on a good spot. What should I study for my game? Furry lore, capitalism? I mean, all of those are valid, right? I mean, all of them. Just do that. So I only put English. No, you can put English and Turkish, right? You know both. So, having those two is okay. Nothing precludes you from eventually adding more stuff in. If eventually you find good people to do translations with you for your game, you can add those languages as you get the translations coming. You can start with just a few and add them as you go. I'll do English and Italian. Let's get spicy and study the evil subject. And I'm not talking about furry lore. Oh yeah. Absolutely. For furry lore next to capitalism beats. Every time. Currently, my game has 2 languages, English and potato. Oh, there you go. Yeah. Also French, but it will be that all words will be replaced with baguette. Fromage and Tour Eiffel. Oh man. It's kind of hard, I was reading in English and suddenly I had to read French and my whole mind just collapsed on itself for a little bit. Just to piss off the French. Oh man. I don't want to be seen like Turkish devs who only put tons of guns, flags, and tons of moss in their games. That's, there's a big bias against us. Well, in that case, if you're, if you feel like that's the case, then, just start off with English. And then when you get a big chunk of translations going, you can add in Turkish in that mix, right? And then it won't be seen as a big thing. It's just part of another batch of languages, basically. I didn't know there was that stereotype for Turkish games. Well, I didn't either, but there you go. Yeah. Hiya, Dex! Manusha! Welcome. I hope you're doing good. Hello. Oh gosh, Totem. Vida vos lernis paranton fandivian servum porcia. Oh god. Is that Esperanto? I know next to nothing about Esperanto. I know it exists. I never, yeah. Trillions of trillions of mosques. Holy crap. Trillions. We're in the trillions now. Huh? What's wrong with me? Nothing. It's just next is 500 different emojis that I have done. Oh, I'm so sorry, Kago. How did you know that was Esperanto? I mean, it says right there. I mean, I'm assuming the first bit is you should learn Esperanto, right? I mean, that kind of gives it away. Yeah, you wrote Esperanto, so it kind of, you know, it kind of clues you in. The sentence is, you should learn Esperanto and melt your brain for good. Ah, so I was kind of close on that. Nice, nice. Okay. I mean, yeah, eventually I would get there because the words kind of are close, but yeah. I am not even going to try to read that, TV. I would just butcher it and then the Turkish government would come after me. All of my friends were speaking in English. Oh, that's English. How did you know? But I'm assuming Totem's question is a bit more, you know, because Esperanto is, you know, people know that it exists sometimes, but it's not that widespread of a language, I don't think. I think it's more of a thing like, you know that Esperanto exists and not that was Esperanto specifically, right? I mean, I don't know. I could be misreading, but yeah. Well, if I say all my friends are speaking in Italian, you wouldn't guess that I said it in Italian. Is Esperanto the artificial language? It's it's I don't know if artificial is the best word to describe it, but yeah, it's supposed to be a language that would be a universal kind of language. You know, everyone, it's like a common in D&D or a galactic common language of sorts, yeah. Juicy, welcome. I hope you're doing good. I would, because I actually know 20 languages, including fluency in Italian. Ah, very nice, very nice. Glad to see we have a person of culture among us. Esperanto is a meta language created by mixing multiple Romantic Latin derivative languages that you should be able to understand. Yeah, that's the thing. Now that I'm actually learning Latin and everything, I saw that and I kind of gleaned what it meant. Yeah. 20 legs, that's crazy. How about this? I don't know, actually. Okay. I don't know exactly. The best thing you can do in that case, TV Paxoy, is probably go through a few companies. If they have some pedigree, that would be even better, right? And see if their prices match or if someone is asking for a bit too much. Because, you know, some of these prices are going to be, you know, standard industry fare, but it's hard to tell just from looking at one, you know, it's hard just looking at one company. Non sai parlare italiano? Non ci credo. Stai in mente. Oh my god. Try to read this word. Precipite volissime volmente. Okay, I can't read all that. Not without, you know, some, you know, some reading that 1,000 times. Then finally, I can read part, you know, bit by bit, but not in the whole sentence. That would be crazy. Totem is saying really offensive stuff in the chat. Just a heads up. It's true. It's true. Totem's just going wild. Crazy. Does programming languages count? I mean, there is that too. Yeah. She can ask ChatGPT to vouch for me. This may come as a shock, but I don't really know 20 languages. Boo. As someone who got a lot of quotes for game translation, $12 or 12 cents. 12 cents, God. It's an average price. Depends a bit on the languages you want. Okay. So that would be the advanced thing, because there's a standard. In this website that TB linked, there's a standard fare and an advanced fare. So it would be the normalized standard fare, I suppose. I was sold on the 20 languages, but not Italian. Oh, God. Bonjour. Well, I do know Italian. Waves hands as I talk. You read it 90% correct? Well, I'm glad to hear that. Yeah. That's the longest Italian word. I can believe it. That is a pretty big word. My sister, veramente quella parola. My sentita. Oh, God. I'm planning for Spanish, Russian, German to correct my translation, and Arabic. Okay. Makes sense. Yeah. Sistema arcaica. Molto difficile trovarla. Se no intesti del... I can't do numbers in Italian. I'm sorry. I'm probably butchering your language, okay? I'm so sorry about that. Oh, God. Good afternoon, chat. Jay, how's it going? Welcome, Fire. Welcome. I hope you're doing good. You came in as we're doing languages now. It's the craziness, the usual craziness. But welcome. I hope you're doing good. I hope you're having a nice Tuesday and all. I know English and emojis for now, so 2 languages. There you go. Yeah. Good to know. I don't know if you'll be able to get Russian, but Spanish and German are pretty standard prices. I don't know about Arabic, to be honest. Yeah, that's a bit harder to check, I think. Girl, please. I want to learn Arabic and a Spanish or Spanish adjacent. Yeah. Makes sense. Si sta un casino. There are 2 Italian-speaking people in here. Don't even talk to me if you don't know how to talk to me in C#. That's true. C# is pretty good. I can attest. I can attest that C# is pretty banging good. Pretty gosh darn good. There we go. Okay. Which one would look better, actually? Oh. Because, yeah, if I do it like this, I could have at least 3 types of wood by just mixing and matching all of these colors. Oh, wait, I have to do darker till light, I think. At least in this case, 1, 2, 3, 4. Wait, isn't that... I think that's the one I did, actually. Yeah, this one was just a lighter... So at the end of the day, at this point, this would probably be what I could do with it. Unless I make it even lighter. I guess I could do that. Make it even... It would probably look pretty iffy. But... It looks way too bright. These 2 are fine, though. These 2 are okay. This one, not sure about that one. Brun Miguel, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome. IOStream.age. See out, see it. Just ask for a Ukrainian translation. Put it as Russian too and piss some people off. Oh God, that would be pretty bad. You should probably not do that. Why there is only one in Turkish? Please, Turks, come here. I can't C sharp. I'm not allowed around C sharp things anymore. Oh, I'm sorry, Dex. I'm sorry to hear that. Turkish people are not often in Twitch chats. Turkish bots, on the other hand, you know, we've had a few Turkish people in here. You know, you're right. But we've had some Turkish people in here previously. You should invent C rounded corners. True. I can't see sharp because I have hyperopia. Ah, I see. Now we're talking. The pinkish one looks like the white one after a bloodbath. That's true. Just give it a little, just bathe your wood in blood. I heard it improves the wood consistency. Do not mix C sharp and rust or you might get tetanus. That's true. You should be careful with that. That might lead to some health problems right there. You have me. Yeah. You have been Turked. But I do remember you talking in Turkish to other people in chat before. Because I think there were a few other Turkish people here previously. They didn't become regulars, but I have seen a few Turkish people here and there. Yeah, for sure. So yeah, this one is a no-go. This one's too bright. I'm actually going to keep it here just for, you know. But I think this one is actually, I like this one the best now, actually. They were temporary. Yeah, exactly. Let me see this one, but with a lighter palette. Where's the browns palette? I could also do this. This one might actually look okay as well, but I mean, I could try. Okay, give me a second. I could do this or this. I'll get to you. Okay, let's see here. So I would assume this would be the midpoint. All right, okay, I can't do that. So for that to happen, this would need to be the top bit. Or rather, like that. Dang it. No, okay, yeah, This is tough, yo. This is tough. Okay, let's get this one going. There we go. Easier to do that one. Oh, ads are starting soon. What? I just got here. I know. I'm so sorry about the ads. But yeah, I'll take a break once they start going in. So sorry about that, everybody. Oh no, but I can't do that because then I don't have the color for the back bit. I'd actually need to do this instead. Yeah. It wouldn't be bad. I could do that, but okay. I'm gonna take a quick break and then I'll catch up with chat and everything else. So just give me a few minutes and I'll be right back. Hey everybody. Sorry about that. I am back. Okay, let me catch up with chat. Oh gosh. My 6 years old masterpiece. Ah, I see. bunch of memes. Got it. What is that? Is that a C dot? New safe for work programming language. Ah, I see. It's like a little circle. There's no sharp edges. Okay. C circle, C dot, C disk, CCD. All very good names. All very good names. Ads. I just got here. I know. I'm so sorry, Fire. It's, you know, ads a constant in life on Twitch, I suppose. I want CCD just because it sounds like some mental conditions. Sounds appropriate for the art of programming. We're all crazy, not just me, right? Right? I mean, I don't know. I don't know about you, but I'm plenty crazy as is. I got here so early today that these are my second set. Happy to support though. Thank you so much for your citizen. I do appreciate it. Thank you. Your fault for being late. OCD and CCD could be. I have my reasons. That's totally fine. You are going to HR, son. Soon. How did you know? Oh god. It's all vibes. Just add to post ad chat reading time. When you welcomed Bruno, your accent immediately reminded me of Bruno Leishu. I went looking for it and saw that there is a movie. What? He has a movie? Which I must now procure. That is incredible. I did not know that. That is also news to me. Sork's accent is from the same place as the voice of Bruno Leish. I see. Okay. I am drinking tea. You are drinking tea. I see. Yeah, I mean, that tracks. You are drinking tea. Let me get this. You are drinking tea. There you go. That's actually kind of surprising that Turkey is in first place for tea drinking. That's pretty good. That's pretty nice. Where are we in this list? Let me see. Dang. Oh, okay. At least we're in the top 50. I'll take it. Makes sense. But yeah, I did not know this. Good to know. That explains it, but I guess I'd be reminded by whichever Portuguese accent she had. I mean, yeah. It's a fun movie though. There is an age limit. Is there an age limit for attending her stream? I mean, I don't know. I never thought about that. An upper age limit. Because it was my birthday yesterday. I'm not handling these kids in this chat. I see. Well, happy belated birthday. Happy birthday. I hope you had a nice day yesterday. Let's make a tea drinking competition. Oh yeah, absolutely. Okay, first of all, parabéns pela cara de cu, rapaziada. Espero que tenhas tido um dia top. Lastly, and more importantly, yes, it's under 40. So bye. Oh, don't be mean to Fire. You know, he's a birthday boy. Thank you, Jay. No problem. Yeah. Hoping you had a great day. You know? Portugal versus Turkey. Tea drinking race. Oh god, we would lose so bad. Unless, you know, we got a few expert people on it. Yeah. Under 40. I was already over it before I even created a Twitch account. That's okay. Don't worry about it. There is no age limit. It's totally fine. Not to worry. My father drinks 50 teas per day. 50 teas? Holy crap. That is insane. What a weird... I had Manusha calling fire card of the Kua Paisana. It feels like it's my birthday. What a weird fetish. Our government stockpiled many teas during World War II. Ah, interesting. I did not know. That's good to know. Glad to see that you're doing the world a favor, keeping those teas alive. Oh, Dr. Snails, welcome. I hope you're doing good. My guy, 50 teas. How much is a tea? Like a cup? Yeah, that is a lot. That is actually crazy. That is pretty insane. This would be, because I want to do from the very beginning, so it'd be this thing. I mean, they're all going to look pretty bad, I think. At the end of the day, there is no running away from that. Let me do a little... Let's move this. Because I want to test out something. Move it here. I want to test this with the orange palette instead. So I'm assuming... Start with this color. This. And everything else would be kind of the same. It still looks too pinkish, I guess. I think this one is off the hook. No? Yeah. We still grow teas. Very nice, yeah. It is maybe exaggerated. Maybe, just maybe. Hiya, Dr. Snails. Welcome. I hope you're doing good. That's about 10 liters of tea a day. Let's go. Those are rookie numbers. It needs to be 15 at the very least. I'm gonna pick up the kiddo from school. Be right back. No problem. I'll see you in a bit next. Okay, last bit. One more test. I want to test it out with this color palette on this thing. And then we'll see exactly how this... What is this color? It's the third one. 1, 2, 3. So it'd be... The equivalent would be this one. Oh, that tracks. Because I think it's the same. Yeah, the last one is the same for everything. That looks so weird. But this is a more orangey color, so it's not supposed to look like that. But I think out of all of these, I think I still like this one the most. This set specifically, not this one. This one looks like an abomination. But these ones look very nice. I think I might just go with this one. This one is okay. It gives more of an orangey vibe, but this one looks a bit too pinkish for my taste. I don't know about that one. Let me do another variation of this. Which one is this starting with? Probably shouldn't have done that. I just realized. Give me this one. Yeah, this one starts with this one. Not sure about that one, Chief. Not sure about this one. These don't look that bad, actually. These two. This one, yeah, all the light ones look pretty bad, to be fair. This one is not so, yeah, this one is pretty bad, but then again, this one looks pretty bad too. So, you know, it's a thing. I don't think I can make it darker than this, can I? Well, not this one specifically. Yeah, I can make this one specifically darker, but that's fine, I think. At least I can do variations now, which I couldn't do before. So, you know, there is that. But the only one I like on this side, this one's okay. I'm iffy on it. This one looks good though. I like this one. But on this one, I like both of these. I think these two actually work out pretty well. I think I'm gonna go with this palette. I think that's the best one. I still think that's the best one at the end of the day. Actually, let me do a little test here. Let me do a test with the bed. You. Get over here. We're gonna do a little bed test on all of these. Okay. Let's see. I could do a few variations out of this, but we'll see how this tracks. So in this case, we'd have to do something like this. Or we could also make it darker. Starting with this color instead. Or I could also use the brown colors. Like this. And it would look a little bit more muted, I suppose. Yeah, at the end of the day, it would be this one. I kind of like it. Yeah. I don't know. There's just I like the warmth of it. There's something about it. This one's too brown, I think. I think this one is just right. That one is the best one, I think. Yeah, we'll see. Oh god, what is happening? I've been meaning to ask why Manusha? Joana Manuela? No, Manusha is just like a cis thing. Because there's Manu for bro, and there's Mana for cis. So Manusha is just a, you know, a way of saying cis, in a way, yeah. We have staged an ambush at the school. Nexus child attends. 5 tanks, 3 DPS, 2 healers. God give us strength and luck. Oh yeah, you're gonna need it. Nex is gonna kick all of their asses. We use these kinds of cups. What the heck is happening? Okay. Ah, okay. These seem to be... I don't know. They seem kind of small, but it's hard to tell without a hand next to it. They look like smallish cups in a way. No, that's an impressive URL, right? Yeah. That's so good. Turkish government fishing URL. Even it's 100 milliliters of tea a cup, that's still 5 liters. Yeah, holy crap, which is fine. You don't, if you don't drink anything else. First set is nice. Yeah, these look pretty cute. They do look pretty nice. We don't drink much plain water. Gotcha, yeah. Manusha is somewhat of a street slang for sister. Yeah. Sister in Portuguese would be irmã or mana. Mana, Manusha. Yeah. If you're curious, how much is tea in Turkey? Wait, how much is 50 Turkish liras? Oh, okay. That's kinda the prices that we do here as well. Kinda, sorta, you know. Not exactly the same, but you know. We'd use Mania for that, because over here, Manush is already taken as a nickname for Manuela. Oh. Interesting. I did not know that. Alright, there you go. I have no reference. How much is a Turkish lira? €1 is likely 400 Turkish lira. Yeah, because those bottles that are 50 Turkish liras, those bottles of Lipton iced tea, it says right here that it's about a euro 16. They blocked access from Brazil. Rude. What have we done to deserve such punishment? It's not like Brazilians are digital hooligans or anything. No, nothing like that. I hope hanging on to this stream doesn't influence me in any way. Know what I mean, Manusha? Oh yeah. Don't get influenced by me. Me of all people. Don't do that. That'd be bad. I've never seen tea sold in 1 kilogram bag. Really? I didn't see that. Oh yeah, it's right there. What the heck? I've never seen that either. That's pretty good though. If there is one thing that bothers me a bit when I'm buying tea is that there is so much waste in the packaging. Every small subset of tea gets its own little small bag that then goes to waste. You know? When I could just, you know, put it all in my little tea thing. It's like a small bit where you leave the tea bits in. Just we do in Turkey. I don't know that. Sorry for this. It's not your fault. Yeah, it's the top row. The third item is 1 kilogram bag of tea. Yeah. I just noticed. Holy crap! It's insane. Look at this thing. What a chunker. That's a big boy right there. You can buy in bags in Slade. There's also a few tea specialized stores. I'll have to check those out, but not in kilograms. Oh yeah, no, never in kilograms. Yeah. Never in kilograms, that's for sure. Yeah, so far this one seems to be the one I'm going for. After a few tests. We'll see. Let's do a few more tests here. But I am quite liking the left one for that. This one's a bit too bright. maybe not that one. That'd be pretty iffy. Yeah, this whole palette has like a rosy undertone. I don't know if I like this one all that much. I don't know. It seems a bit too pinkish. in a way. I don't know. Okay. Let's do this one. I need the palette though. Give me the palette. Okay, let's start with the light one. Yeah, that yeah, gotta start with at least with the second one. This one seems a bit more muted. It's not bad, but oh. This one's not that bad. I actually like this one. For this kind of specific stuff, this one looks kind of okay. Anyway, peeps, I need to go. Take care. Take care, TV Faxlight. Thank you. Thank you so much for tuning in. There's a store in Armazéns do Chiado and Almada Forum that only sell tea. Ah, I'll have to visit those sometime. See, I said the full name because I'm a gentleman. Very good, very good. Oh, 900 Teresa. Welcome, welcome. I hope you're doing good. Hi, hi. Hello, hello. I hope you're doing good. I don't know. I think I like the left one the most. It's hard to quantize at this point. Oops. It's hard to tell at this point, but I don't know. I really like the left one. There's just something about it. I almost forgot. Next was hoping that someone would mistook Minutia for Jay's name. Oh god. Just woke up. Ah, well, good morning. Welcome, welcome. How goes the art? It's doing okay. I'm slowly trying to whittle it down. I've done a few household items last week. And now after doing these, I've come to realize that I need more browns and grays. But, that's what I'm looking at now. I'm looking at other options for palette. That's what I'm trying to do. And seeing what sticks, basically. I still think this one might be... I still think this one might be the best in this case. All the others look a little muted. This one actually looks a little bit vibrant in this case. It's just not that bad. I said a short name to be cool because he's a cool guy. True, true. First name Minutia, middle initial J, last name Sorcery Story. Hell yeah. Okay, I'm gonna go with this one going forward. And we'll see what I get out of this. It's gonna be a wild bit, but I will make it work. Or at least I'll try. Yeah, I mean, it's not the worst thing in the world. This'll do. Yeah, I think. All right, let me just... I want to keep this in a single 16 by 16, so... gonna have to cut a few things. Let's see, what does this do? I'm actually okay with that. They're fairly different, so it's not like it's that bad. Yeah, and at least this way I get to keep every color in a single cell that I can reuse everywhere. There we go. I don't know. I think I'm gonna go with this one, and I'm gonna do the rest of the items on this palette right here. Yeah, I think that's gonna be it. Speaking of digital hooligans, I hope to visit the Guia Brasileira someday. Ah, I see. You're from Recife, right? Says right in the name. Yeah. Reef Citizen. I mean, it does track. Okay, we can get rid of these. Actually, not you, but let's see, because this one started. What, that one? Let's do a darker one. Right, I can't even. There'd be no color, right? There'd be no color for that. I could do a lighter one. Could do a lighter one from here. I think it's gonna look way too goofy though. Yeah, it looks kind of goofy. But, you know, could work. I suppose that could work. Yeah, this one's just gonna look it kind of looks like a giraffe. That's the funny bit. It's not that bad. You know? I could do a lot worse with this. For sure. I could do a lot worse. That is true. Alright, I'm gonna go with this one. I think it's the best one to go with. I can't do any lighter than this. I mean, technically I could if I made it the initial color, but I think that's gonna look really bad. Yeah, that just looks like solar flared or something. Yeah. Yeah, mid one is okay. All right. I think that's that. I'm gonna go with this one and see what comes out of it. Also do that, but yeah. I think, yeah, this one might look best. That. These don't look that bad either, but they look kind of too much of a sepia thing. Yeah. I was going to say I like the first and last better, but looking at the zoomed out preview, the first are better actually. First two, the looms I mean. These two? Oh, why is the zoom so... Okay, there we go. That's supposed to be the normal zoom. It's really cool to see the game's art emerge. I mean, yeah, it's exciting. I really like these two. I like these two right here. In terms of colors, I like these two, and I really like this one too. In terms of beds, yeah, the mid one, I've just realized that, yeah, the mid one is just not what I'm looking for. I really like this one, but I like this one too. I think, you know, they're both, different patterns. But at the end of the day, I just really like the left one, I think. I think I'm going to go with this one. I think this is going to be I think I'm going to go with the left palette. I think this is going to be it. I like this one too, but I don't know. There's just something about this one I really, really like. All right, let's go with this one. Let's go with the left one for the rest of it. Okay, so here's the deal. Now that we got this. So I had this loom thing that I needed to paint. This whole thing happened because I needed to paint the new loom. And, you know, I kind of needed it to be painted and stuff. But I needed the colors for it. So let's see here. Those two are columns from form two nice sets for me, at least. Yeah, I think so too. Yeah. Thigh Guy, welcome. Have you done any AI loading? How do you mean AI loading? I do have AI in the game, but no AI loading. I had a dev ban me from chat for promoting AI. Cannot believe the aversion to AI. I mean, you know, because it's, you know, given it a bad usage of it, it could be bad. What's AI loading? You need to load the AI model. Huh. No, I don't use any of that. I think this just is about as AI a person can be. I mean, yeah, that's the, you know. In order to use locally. Got it. I don't know anything about that, to be fair. I don't use AI at all. So there's that. I wouldn't necessarily ban you from a chat for your opinion on AI. I think the backlash against AI in the community is justified. Yeah, that's my view too. I mean, it's not like I can't stop you from, you know, talking about it because it's such a big thing happening nowadays. But yeah, I do try to limit my usage of it as much as I can. Because, you know, I like to do stuff on my own. And not have to rely on AI for it. Chief among AI haters is me. Oh my gosh. Honestly, open Firefox and search ChatGPT and ask it as a free and registered user how it improves your program. I can see why you were bad. I mean, I have had that experience previously, or rather not exactly that experience, but I've noticed that the more I try to have AI help me with the stuff that I need to do, the worse it gets, and the AI just can't do it. Because it's just complex, you know? Those kinds of things are complex to do. Wait, I just did the whole shading on this thing completely off. What was I doing? Are you in pockets? Fire is on the offensive today. I would bad for this. Do you ever pay for it? Hell no. Are you kidding? No. My guy enters the chat and starts promoting ChatGPT. I hate AI with every fiber of my being. One of the worst things ever created. It may not kill people like nukes do, but it destroys most joys of life that allows us to live instead of just survive. The same thing is going to happen. It's so much better, but it taught me how to use the free model better. Listen. Like, the fact that you use GPT is fine, right? You do you. I'm not here to. But it's okay, never mind. All right. Could we please ban this person? No, it's okay. I mean, it's fine, We're all adults here. We're okay. But yeah, that's the thing. You gotta understand that AI, or I don't like to call it AI because it's not AI, but machine generated things, like the thing that GPT and other stuff kind of does, is it trivializes but doesn't solve any of the inherent problems with creativity, right? So it's not. This is my main concern with AI, and it's hard to put into words. The act of creating art is making creative decisions. Exactly, yeah. Now we have tools that can automate creative decisions. Well, yeah, that's the thing. You can use that to automate creative decisions. But they don't solve those creative decisions. They don't do any sort of deciding for you. This kills the integrity of art and makes it profoundly boring to me. Yeah, absolutely. You have a viewership, but in off turn, seriously, look again. I think we'll be left in the dust for those of us not using it. I mean, this is very much not the market to promote ChatGPT and the like. Yeah, absolutely. Listen. Go to Reddit or even ask GPT for help. Yeah, over here we don't do that, right? You'll be left in the dust if you don't. True. Listen, if you want to do those things, that's fine. This ain't the place for it. You can use it. I mean, I can't obviously deter you, right? Any bad art, that's okay though. Text the brush. Sure there are. Sure. I can imagine just people having a stream all day every day. They solve machine generated stuff. Can you imagine? That'd be the ticket. Best model you can train is your own human brain. That is the truth right there. I agree. How am I going to do this? Now, that's my biggest concern at the moment. How the heck am I going to do this? I just realized the side view is a bit of a problem. This is not gonna look good, is it? I don't think it will. But I'll be damned if I won't try. It doesn't solve the problems and it makes the content created worse, but sadly it's still a way for companies to not to pay people. Oh yeah, that's also another thing. Yeah. They will use it. All I can hope is that people don't care to read things people didn't care to write, and that most of those companies suffer. Yeah, exactly. My printer's out of ink. Where is this tech support? Unfortunately, I can't help you with that. Stay because you're engaging, though, and I follow for the same reason. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. But yeah, that's the thing. You have to understand in this specific case, right? The whole AI thing is a bit of a what's the best word for it? an explosive topic around the parts of creative fields because specifically they're kind of poisoning. They're kind of poisoning the well, so to speak. That's why. Do I want to do it like this? Okay, we'll do a test. We'll see if this works. If it doesn't, then we can just, you know, pretend this never existed. Yeah, we can just pretend this never existed. I used to stream, so I get you. Yeah. Oh man, this is looking kind of messy. Do I want to stay? Do I want to keep it like this? But that's the problem. If I do that, this whole sideways view thing is going to be a nightmare. I knew that from the get-go. I mean, I knew that going in, but I could just do that. That's true. I mean, I could make it just a little darker as we go further down. Give it a bit of an off vibe, I guess. We'll see. You're pretty fly for a thug. Going on streams with people whose work is directly impacted by the ChatGPT vibe coding crowd and asking for supporters, empathy is weird. To be nice. Yeah. That's the thing. Oh man, you reminded me of that whole thing that Next shared, and that Full Box came in and shared that too. I still cannot believe. I have been thinking ever since that came on to stream. I cannot believe that Humble Bundle would do that. I am still flabbergasted that that whole thing happened. It was insane. It was actually insane. And I still can't believe it. It's so crazy that I still can't believe. Yeah. I'm only 30. Ban this guy. Such a good reference. Should just create a chat with a bunch of bots to talk with him instead. Vibe coding. Yeah, the vibe coding bundle. Holy crap. It's insanity. I don't think there's another way of going at it. It's just insane. This whole thing looks off. I'll do a 3D model of this later, but for now this will do. What? Yeah, because I don't want this to be too dark. It looks dark here because it's supposed to be in the back, but in this case, it's not that anymore. So there's that. No, wait. I'm gonna do this instead. Here. Does that look too off? Maybe it does look a bit too off. Yeah, maybe it does. Maybe it does look a bit too off. That looks too noisy, I think. Okay, I'm just gonna keep them both the same color, and that'll be that. You're nice. Have a good stream. Well, thank you, that guy. That I do support. The more AI people isolate themselves from society, the better. The reason is taking no hostages today. Absolutely no hostages. Do you always wake up like this? I mean, that's okay. You know? I get her. I get her completely. I have to actually work a little. That's totally fine, Reef Citizen. Thank you. Thank you so much. Sorry, I'm filled with anger. I should behave in other chats. No, I mean, it's totally okay. I mean, given everything, right? There is the whole machine generated thing is a bit iffy. You know, I am not a fan of it either. For sure. Because it's just like Kago said. It tries to solve those creative problems, but at the end of the day, all it generates is derivative stuff. Because that's what it was programmed to do. It's not giving you new things. It's just iterating on things it has already learned. So yeah, that's why I don't like using it either. I've seen, there has been a whole thing, and it kind of infuriates me because the whole way that generative machine generated stuff has, well, frankly, flooded the internet is making the internet a lot worse, like a lot worse. And I keep seeing posts of people, you know, sharing the art that they do, and they are constantly going up against accusations of it being AI, right? Which, granted, some of them can be, but the fact that already you can leverage those kind of accusations at people, even if you don't have any basis for it, is insane. It has ruined everything. You can't do anything creative without people either telling you to use machine-generated stuff, or is it machine-generated stuff? There is no avoiding it. If it doesn't look machine-generated, they'll go, oh, but you can use machine-generated to automate those things. And if it looks machine-generated, they'll look, oh yeah, that looks machine-generated. There is no getting away from it. And this is not just with art in itself. Writing is also a thing. I've done I've actually had I was actually a freelancer for writing a few times. And you know, I've written a few blog posts for a tech company and all of that. And I see the way that machine generated stuff has taken over that space. Nowadays, when you go into a blog, more often than not, it's just machine generated stuff. It tells you nothing. It's basically a big burger of nothing. And it's bad because previously we had blogs to share knowledge, to share things that we were, you know, excited about, and that we, you know, maybe we didn't know a lot about it, but we would share some knowledge. We would, you know, keep things human, right? But nowadays it's insane. You can't go into the search results and not find stuff that's machine generated. Even if the technology was amazing and made the most impressive and unique output possible, I still hate it because it's the death of all of my hobbies. There is that too. It's not just the fact that it's the output is bad, right? The output is bad, and the whole process by which it does the output is bad too. That is true. Yeah. Google is unusable now. It is completely insane. You look for, and that's the thing. Nowadays, you want to look into very specific things. For example, tech specifications for some sort of, you know, machine or something. It is insane how much the machine generated stuff has poisoned the internet everywhere, from images to writing to everything in between. The internet is becoming it opened the floodgates to it, and search engines, because they want to keep you engaged, they'll actually take you to those articles instead of, good articles that will actually explain things. And there you go. You got the recipe for disaster. That job is gone, Jay. Why would they pay some guy or girl to write an article when just a prompt in a few minutes give you all the articles that you need? Well, in my case, I had the fortunate... I was fortunate enough to work with a company that was very averse to machine-generated stuff. And this, I know, things could have changed meanwhile, but they were very adamant that we do not use those sorts of things. And I wasn't using them, but they did. They were very adamant against not using them, for sure. But I don't know how that is happening right now. They did downsize a little bit later, so I don't know how that happened. But I don't think it was because of machine-generated stuff. I don't know. AI overview at top, AI overview on drop-down buttons. Then you find the actual search results and they're not relevant. Yeah. It's pretty bad. It's getting pretty bad. Yeah. On the Portuguese subreddits, there's an article going around about dash cams in cars, no sources, clearly AI generated, dozens of comments and answers that nobody even questions it. Oh, I hate it here. I hate it here so much. It just makes the world a worse place. I used to like the tech a lot. I am doing computer science even, but nowadays all new Twitch. Why? All new tech stuff seems to be for destroying joys, destroying jobs, destroying ownership, increased surveillance, and just generally making things worse. GameDev is the only place where I feel my love for tech is going back up. Yeah, never let machine generated stuff be the thing that kills your love for game dev, right? Because that is true. All of that you just said is true. Those technologies usually are implemented and adopted mostly for bad reasons. But don't let go of that love for things, for creating stuff. I think at the end of the day, if there is one thing the hatred for machine generated stuff can do, is actually make it drive us more to go and do more creative stuff, for sure. Also, ads are coming in. What the heck is happening today? Where'd that hour go? Whatever. Yeah, I'll do a quick break, and then we'll get back to bashing some more machine generation, because gotta love that. That's what we do around here. Yeah, we are definitely in a... It's not good. People are adopting it in droves, but at the end of the day, I don't know if that's the correct way to go. Because it doesn't bring us anything worthwhile, I don't feel. It just makes us question people more, which is bad. You don't want that. That's bad. Having us question other people if they've done things or not is not the way to go. Oh, the ads are already out. Damn it. All right, I'll do a quick break and I will be right back. So I'll see you guys in a bit. Hey everybody. Sorry about that. I am back now. Wasn't this kind of thing predicted in Metal Gear Solid 2? I have no idea. I've never played any of those games, but it's not unheard of. Yeah, that is the thing. I mean, no, I haven't played any Kojima games, so I'm sorry, Kojima bros. Don't come at me. But I wouldn't put it past him. I mean, Kojima has said some very, he was right on the money on a few things in the past. So I would believe it. But that's the thing, the whole machine generated stuff is, frankly, it's just disappointing, I guess. I wish that in a way that it would have never been made a thing, because as much good as it's bringing us right now, the fact of the matter is still that it's doing way more harm than good. So there's that. Yeah, that'll do, I think. Little lighter, just to help out with the layering of the thing. That'll do. I mean, it's not perfect, but then again, what is at this point? Could do that, but that would... Could do that too. Do the inner bit instead. Metal Gear Solid 2 predicted a bunch of things that happened. I think one of them was that artificial intelligence would flood the internet with misinformation. Though they probably meant actual AI rather than brute force version in real life. Yeah, because that's why I don't like calling it AI. Because technically, it's not AI. It doesn't think. It doesn't produce new things, right? That's why I prefer to call it machine generation, because that's exactly what it is. It's just a machine putting things together, cutting and pasting stuff together. It's not true AI. I mean, sure, they like to sell it as such, but it's not that at all. That's why I prefer to just call it machine generation instead. Is it this one? Yeah. Ah, so it's actually part of the thing. Okay. We'll do that. There. That'll do. This is just a small gripe in comparison, but it's annoying that you can't call enemy/NPC behavior logic AI anymore. Yeah, because if you do, you want to implement AI in your game, suddenly, you just get slop. People are like, ooh, what model? Dude, I mean, I wrote a bunch of if statements that make the enemy clap if you backflip. Exactly. No, it's completely poisoned everything. It's poisoned text, it's poisoned art, it's poisoned music. Everything it touches, everything it tries to do, it's just bad all the way down. But in a way, fighting those kinds of things, keeping calling it AI, that whole process of doing if and else statements for for behavior and logic, that's the thing. We need to fight against the whole notion that the GPTs of the world and everything are actual AI, because they're not. If we just let them have AI as the word, then they've already won, because in the end, everybody's just going to keep on using it, right? At least that's how I view it. I don't know if... It might be a futile effort at the end of the day, but, I like to think that that helps out somewhat. I returned with coffee. Well, I'm glad. Welcome back. First they took the word AI, then they took the word vibe. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. That's why these are they create all these buzzwords for things. If you let them run wild, if you actually give them any sort of meaning, right? Then it just becomes the new de facto thing. That's why we need to fight it as much as we can, which I know is hard because everyone has accepted, as a collective thing, people have accepted it somewhat, but we should still fight against it, is what I'm saying. Fight against the machine overlords or something. Sorry for carrying on this doom talk while we weren't getting coffee through his side. It's just advanced autocomplete. Oh yeah. It's okay. I get back into it pretty quick. Watch. No, but yeah, it is a bit... It makes you kind of... think of doom and gloom, but at the end of the day, I think we're gonna be okay. I don't think AI is gonna be that. It is going to be bad at some point, because from what I've gathered, it taxes the environment quite a bit, which is another thing I hate about the whole machine generation thing, is the sort of environmental impact it has. So there's nothing good has come out of it. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. And I know that I'm, exaggerating when I say, because some stuff has actually happened, but we could have done that without the AI. There is that. Listen, when one goes to get coffee, he or she offers to bring coffee to everyone. Maybe I'm just too social and have too much free time, but I feel like the fun in life is 1, learning things, 2, honing skills, 3, interacting with people. And you're not wrong. You're totally not wrong. Sips my own coffee I've had this whole time. Gasp! Kago was in here with coffee and even didn't try to give us a piece. How dare you, Kago? Truly. Shame on you. I can't stand the vibe coding trend. All examples I've seen of it just spits out code that needs to be refactored / fixed on a large scale. Oh man, the vibe coding thing. Oh god, we talked a bit about that last week. I don't understand it. I don't think I'll ever understand it. You're making a machine model create your code for you, which it will have no context of what you're trying to do. It's just going to give you a generic answer, which means for you to, actually implement it in your own code. This is assuming you're doing code, right? Because the whole vibe thing is just do everything in a machine model. Then okay, sure, whatever. It's I wouldn't say infuriating, because that's not the word I'm looking for. It doesn't infuriate me specifically. I mean, it does, but that's not the biggest factor here. It just flabbergasts me. If you're letting a machine do your code for you, what are you even doing there anyway? That's not programming. You're not programming anything. You're just letting a machine do it for you. And at that point, what the heck are you even doing there? I don't get it. I don't get vibe coding at all. It's dumb and silly, and I don't condone it. Give you a piece of my coffee. A piece, exactly. I don't know. It's wild, okay? I'm trying to juggle 1,000 thoughts per minute. Leave it to the grifters to peddle it so they can make money off of people who want to take an easy way out of engineering software. That's the thing. I feel like, yeah, the whole machine generation thing is a whole grift. Yeah, they sell it as being the solution to all of humanity's problems. You can create text at the press of a button. You can create art at the press of a button. You can create code at the press of a button. But all of that, at the end of the day, is still bad, my guy. You still need to go in there and do it. And at that point, just do it yourself. Learn, enjoy the creative process of doing things. What the heck are you even doing? It's just that people look at it to have an easy way out of things, but then they forget that by doing the easy way out, they just don't do the best part of it, learning, growing, figuring stuff out. If you have everything given to you on a silver platter, then what even is the point, The awkward thing about people who want to use generative tools to do everything is that they don't realize how replaceable it makes it. It's so dumb. Vibe coding and the generalized use of LLM and AI is something created for the joy of middle management, people who manage other people but have no concept of the time and know what it takes to do a task, write an article. Exactly. That is exactly it. Yeah. It is done for the benefit of the people who don't see any value in anything outside of the money that they get in their pocket at the end of the day. Right? Oh, a machine can do the art for us, then let it do that. That way I don't have to pay artists. Machines can do music for me? Good. Then I don't have to pay a musician. It's so dumb. And people use it as if, I mean, I won't deny that the whole machine generated stuff can be useful here or there, but at the end of the day, it's just so destructive that I would rather not have it at all. I'm at that point where, yeah, it has done some benefits for humanity here and there. I don't think it has outweighed the bad it has done. I would much rather it not exist. Because we could get to those conclusions. We could, those positive ways of using AI, we could have done that without the generative models. I'm sorry. We just could have, It's just dumb. If these tools make a drawing, a song, or code, etc., anyone else could have caused that to happen. So the human is completely removed and has no ownership. Why would anyone advocate for this? I don't know. I don't get it either. It's dumb. Why would you ever want that? Code something or develop a game, write some music. Yeah, do creative things, You'll fail. You'll be bad. Maybe. but you'll improve. You'll feel good. You'll see that there is beauty to creating things. You'll get none of that by using machine stuff. It's bad. It's a shortcut that eventually leads to destruction of anything artistic or creative or anything in between. I used to have the opinion that the Gen AI was bad, but maybe the AI could be used well in other places like medicine. I wanted to do research, but my university was only accepting AI stuff. So I said, okay, then for medicine, use it is. While working on this project, plus my final paper in which my teammates also voted for AI, I'm just ashamed of having that under my real name out there. It doesn't help there either. It only makes things more convoluted, solves no problems. I hate it. Yeah, that's the thing. People love to say stuff like, oh, but, language models can help you, do stuff for medicine and stuff like that. And while that can be true, could happen, we could have done that without the generative models. There are other ways of doing those things. We don't need to go through that. I read somewhere that LLM and generative tools, more specifically for coding, has degraded over time and it's producing worse results as it goes on because it's learning bad code from the bad code it generates. Because there is such a thing as an endless feed loop. Usually, those kinds of models, they take code from where? Public repositories on GitHub and other such places. From blog posts, from all of those things, right? When all your blog posts and all your code starts becoming the stuff that you generated, what do you think is going to happen? It's going to be bad. Because you have no concept of what good code is. You just know how to string words together, right? Those generative models, they just string words together. They don't know if what they're doing is correct. They don't know if it's the best way to solve a problem. I've had that happen before. Sometimes I went on to those generative models to ask it for things that I knew the answer to, but I wanted to see if it confirmed my suspicions, right? And it would just give me, they weren't blatantly false, but they weren't wrong either, but they wouldn't be the best way to solve a problem. It's just the easiest and most simple way of solving it. And in that case, it's bad. Because if all you do is solve it through the easiest means without any consideration for what's around it, then you won't write good pieces of code. I hate how it wasn't thinking of a problem you can solve, but instead think of a way to do something with AI. It is so stupid. There was actual accessibility software I wanted to do, but alas, my ideas were outvoted for AI. That really sucks. I'm really sorry, Night Hunter Teresa. That really, really sucks, yeah. Apparently people were using the Twitter AI to make inappropriate photos of real people, as one does. Why not at this point? Yeah, it is bad, but did you foresee any other kind of future for those tools than, stupid stuff like that? This is by far the only thing where AI makes a difference. Reading text, transcribing voice for people who can't see or hear. Yeah, there is that, but I have a close friend who is blind, right? I have had, what you say is true, right? Having more accessibility for stuff like that can be done, right? Those large language models, they can be useful for those sorts of things. But we could have done that without that. That's what I mean. You could have, because I saw this every day. My blind colleague, my blind friend was basically, he struggled a bit, but he got help. I helped him. Other people in my class helped him. And eventually he got through. It's just a matter of, presenting stuff differently. And, it is a problem because a lot of places are not built with blind people or visually impaired people in mind, and it becomes a problem. But we could have done that without generative AI stuff. right? Because you can read text. There are tools for reading text nowadays. There are tools for transcribing voice stuff. It doesn't need to be AI. I had teachers who their whole life's work was basically working on code to read and transcribe text and voice stuff. And this was way before generative models were a thing, right? I'm worried of software becoming significantly less secure in the future thanks to this trend. Oh man, we just gotta be careful. Yeah, I mean, it is a huge thing. We'll see. I don't think we know the exact impact of this whole trend. I don't think we're gonna feel it now. We're gonna feel it in like 2 years, 3 years, stuff like that, right? I don't know. It's bleak, but hopefully it'll die down. Hopefully. This has been talked about. Those models are feeding themselves. Oh yeah, they're absolutely feeding themselves because there's nothing else, you know? When the internet is flooded with you know, generated things, what else is there to feed off of, right? I did that, but asking Linux questions and some of the answers were potentially dangerous. Yeah, there is a lot of danger there because they, you know, those models, they don't have intelligence as much as they want you to believe that. They don't have intelligence. They don't have, you know, context. They can't think. They just string words together based on what you ask them. Yeah. I just remember even artists defending AI detection because being able to detect things in x-rays and skin photos and eye photos and stuff like sounds actually pretty useful. Well, after a lot of research, I can say with certainty everybody can bash that too. It actually hinders the doctors. Because that is the thing. There have been, for a long time, right? Even Fire was also mentioning it too, you know, transcribing texts and transcribing voice, reading text. You know, finding faults in, you know, x-rays and stuff, right? Detecting things in x-rays. That all can be done without generative models. You can build software. You could, and people have done this. This has happened before. There were people building software for those things specifically because, believe it or not, those things are hard to do. You know, all of those things. Reading text, transcribing voice, detecting stuff in x-ray. So there were people who were, you know, doing specific software for those things so that they wouldn't, you know, misread stuff in x-rays to believe there was something there where there wasn't. You know, transcribing voice in several languages, which is pretty hard. You know, reading text in also different languages, which, you know, it needs intonation. It needs, you know, there's a lot of stuff that can go into specific fields of software development. If you just leave it to a generic model to do all of that, you are going to get a lot of slop, a lot of errors, a lot of, you know, things happening that, you know, if you did that in a professional, you know, very, you know, what's even the word for it? In a very contained environment, those sorts of things wouldn't happen, right? Because there would be people there to validate those results. In one case, it told me to just let anything and anyone connect to my PC to get rid of an annoying warning in the terminal. Oh, that's just fantastic, yeah. I do use Claude, but not to write code for me, but more as a digital rubber duck since I'm a remote worker. A more pointed Google search that does give me decent jumping off points, but I 100% of the time rewrite all the code samples it gives me, if that's what I'm asking it about. Oh, absolutely. Like, sure, asking it for, you know, like to confirm your bias and stuff. It's actually, you know, it's okay to vibe off of it, you know. I hate using that word now, but there you go. But yeah, asking for it is okay, so long as you know what you're asking it. Because that's the thing. Most people ask stuff of these generative models, but have no concept of the things that they're asking about, so they can't tell the difference if it's good or bad. It's a good or bad answer. And that is the biggest problem. Matt Chirpy. Welcome, welcome. I hope you're doing good. I am so sorry you came in during the generative model rant. Sorry. I'm sorry about that. I was trying to do art, but then, things got crazy and there was a whole thing. Generative stuff can be separate. In fact, we've had services that can transcribe documents for a long time. That's the thing. But yeah, this whole generative model made things so accessible and so easy that people just use those tools instead of using a traditional purpose-made tool. And it shows. There are a lot of errors that can happen if you use those things as opposed to a specific, professionally made tool. Yeah. I may actually do a flip in my research theme and actually present how computers vision detection sucks in the medical field too. Ah, interesting. Okay. I would love to present it in the AI convention thing we're supposed to go. Ah. Oh, so you're going to a convention. Okay, I didn't catch that bit. I thought you just had to write papers on AI, but I didn't know that you were going for a convention for it. Wait, are there actual conventions for it? Oh, God. Thanks, I hate it. The point of that is that we're not liberating doctors for other kinds of tasks. Even if it worked, the point of that is to pay less to doctors or even get rid of them. There's a Portuguese streamer that works in that exact field, and although I don't doubt her talent, I do doubt that the startup that she works in can deliver all that they promise. Yeah, usually, the people who work on those generative models, usually they're very good programmers. They have to be. Those kinds of models are complex, those are not things that spring out of the ether, right? But the whole results of those things, that's where it gets a bit trickier. Yeah. No worries, I know how it is. Yeah, sorry about that. But Matt Chirpy hopped on doing some hard ranting. I'm so sorry, Matt Chirpy. I'm so sorry. Agreed, totally. It is not a tool to help. It is just a thing to either substitute them or make their work harder. They would have to check if the machine is right or not still. Yeah. Absolutely. Hi, Adias. Welcome. Wait. AI that reads stuff, etc. isn't called generative, is it? I actually don't know, but I thought generative is about generating data / images / etc., not reading stuff. It depends. In this case, I think what it is doing is feeding your, when it reads a certain image, for example, I think what is happening, don't quote me on this though, I haven't researched this extensively, but I think what it is doing is it's comparing the document with examples of writing that it has, and then it presents the results based on that. I think that's what it's doing. It's not generative in that sense, no. In that case, it wouldn't technically be generative. It kind of is, but kind of isn't. I'm doing great, thanks. Just sorting out my first devlog. Ooh, very nice. If you want to share it with the chat, feel free, yeah. How are you? Doing good. I am trying to make art for the game. I did a bunch of stuff last week. I did a few items for the house. And now I'm just, I'm rotating the loom and feeling the pain. But I'm doing good. Yeah. It's not actually reading. It's looking at the words and generating what it thinks it is. Yeah, because it's comparing against other examples, right? I think that's what I think that's what it does. And it's generative. Yeah. I was referring to the transcribing documents thing. Yeah, because that's basically what it does. It picks up a document. It isolates certain parts of it, and then it compares to other examples that it has, and then it tries to, work from there. I think it's looking great. Well, thank you. It's going. That's the best I can put it. It's doing things. We'll see exactly where this ends, but could be way worse, I suppose. Where's the midsection for this? Oh, there is no midsection. That's just fantastic. All right, we'll just keep it like this. That's fine. It's okay. Yeah, that'll do. I see what you're saying. Yeah. It's a devlog of the first game I ever did. It might potentially be Portuguese inspired too. What? That's pretty neat. All right, all right. Very cool, very cool. I'll keep this here. I'll take a look at this later for sure. Thank you so much for the share. I'll I'll give it a watch later. Thank you. Tech convention stuff. I always wanted to be a researcher, historian in medicine, or at least in tech. Somewhere the finger in a monkey's paw curled, and now I am one. But like this, I'm really thinking of leaving this field. The only thing keeping me here is game dev, but that is more of a hobby. May go back to school once I can go for something else. Ah, I see. Okay. But yeah, it very much depends on what you really want to do. Yeah, it feels like you might benefit from thinking exactly if you're, if you're questioning yourself like that, then it might be a good idea to, reflect a little on that and see where it takes you. Absolutely. Yeah. Thank you for the interest. Absolutely. Yeah. How's the game coming along? How is that fuse puzzle that I saw the last time? Is that going okay? Okay, I'm going to leave that as is. I don't. Well, technically, no. Yeah. Yeah, that'll do. Yeah, that's fine. Thank you. No problem. Hopefully you'll find, what you truly like and, go forward with that. Yeah. Pretty much finished. Got a randomly generated combination and a wiring diagram, and I'm quite happy with it. Nice. Glad to hear that. Yeah. Glad to hear it. Yeah. Let's focus on good stuff, like the color palette you chose. It's pretty good. Oh, thank you so much. Yeah, I mean, I do have to redo some of the things I've noticed, but at least it shouldn't be that much of a problem. We'll see. Because I'm at the starting point, so I'm actually kind of glad that this whole color problem got visible before I actually did a bunch of a bunch of stuff. I was wondering if it's been a year that I've been following Source because I'm feeling old. No, you're not old, Fire. You're fine. You're totally fine. I don't know exactly. I think it says right there, right? In your profile. Let me see. Oh, yeah. It's already been a year. It says so right here. You've been a follower since April 18th. It says right here. It's been more than a year. Yeah, it's actually, at the end of this week, it's going to be a year and a month. Yeah. But you're not old. You're totally fine. Use the bucket tool, select non-contiguous, fill in all those colors with a new one in one click. Oh yeah, no, there is that. But the problem is previously I had less colors to work with, so I had to be a little creative in the way I used color. But now that I have more colors, I can actually do some other details that weren't there before. So it's not just a bucket filling thing, unfortunately. It needs a bit more nuance than that. But, as in does. Yeah. Blep, I am back. Hiya, Flair. Welcome back. Did we ban the AI? No, it just went away. No need to ban. It's okay. We did get a good conversation out of it, though. We were, talking about, the whole AI thing is happening. It's been more than a year. I just checked it. That might change things. Yeah, that's the thing. the biggest problem I had with this previous, I really like this palette, and I got one that is pretty close. It's not exactly the same, but it's pretty close to the one I had. But my biggest problem with this palette is that my game is going to feature a lot of natural materials, different kinds of wood, different kinds of stone, and this palette has like what, 2 grays, and if you're feeling generous, you can say 2 browns. Although this is more orange than brown, but you know. So I got to thinking this weekend, and I thought, okay, yeah, I do like this palette, but I need to, you know, give it a bit more colors. Otherwise, this is not gonna go well for me. And here I am, you know, just more colors, more options. It's old. I'm old, it's fine. I just have to ask the old folks home where I'm going if they can put your stream instead of preserved. It's totally okay. I mean, I do a mean Fernand Mins impression. I'm not gonna do it, otherwise I will be the laughing stock of the internet for a bajillion years. He got his face kicked by 900 Teresa. Oh yeah. Who is Preço Certo? Preço Certo is The Price is Right. It's our version of The Price is Right. I think that's what it's called. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's basically the host presents an item and people need to guess its price. And we have a presenter here. Our presenter is basically called Fernand Mins, and he does this whole thing of calling everything a spectacle, you know? What? Do it? No, I won't do it. I will feel bad for the rest of my life. I'm learning so much about other cultures. Well, I'm glad. Yeah. I'm also here for more than a year. When I started messing with C# and Godot and search for someone doing the same. That's so cool. I'm really glad. It's the Spectacle guy. Oh, so you know about him. Spectacle. No, okay, that was pretty bad. But oh man. But he is extremely funny. I do quite like him. This is the Portuguese version of The Price is Right, which has a legendary presenter in Portugal that is about 2 decades. Yeah, he's been at it for quite a bit. It's actually pretty insane. 2 decades of work, yeah. So you guys know about the Spectacle? Oh god, that is actually incredible. Oh man. Portuguese always sounds like you guys are intentionally not pronouncing half of the letters in the word. I mean, yeah. I heard it. No, but that was pretty bad. That was just me going off the prompter. I'm a proper Tugaboo, and I've come to call it. Well, glad to see, you know? I'm very glad. Yeah, the guy is very legendary. He likes to say that all the time. Like, a person hits the mark, and the guy just says it. It's very funny. I do quite like it. Even here, we tend to affectionately make fun of the whole thing. Yeah. Matt Chirpy's officially a Tuga if he likes for that bitch. Oh, absolutely. I'll be very educated when I come over in winter. I see. Well, hopefully you do. Yeah. Every time I heard Portuguese from Portugal, my brain does a little stutter. I love it. It's so similar and at the same time so different from Brazilian Portuguese. Oh yeah, it is a bit different, but you know, we can work with it. It's okay. Similar, but at the same time not, right? Okay. I'm going to keep it like this. I don't know if I like the way this looks, but we'll put a pin on that. I just need... Oh, actually, let me see. Let me recolor this stool with the new colors. There are a lot of colors that I could do with this, actually. I could... Yeah, it very much depends on what I want to do here. Oh, wait a minute. Otherwise I'll be here all day. That's too bright, I think. A little darker at the very least. Maybe even darker than that, actually. I'm doing different kinds of wood stools. Wooden stools. Yeah, but this looks okay. I'll have to check for pictures of actual wooden things and what kind of stuff they built it out of. Or I could just do a generic wood color. That would look pretty iffy. I don't know. Me. Portuguese music was at the top of my Spotify too for like 3 years in a row. Really? Oh, that's so cool. Well, I'm glad. Yeah. Portuguese music is pretty good. Yeah. I like the R's in Portuguese from Portugal. In the region I live, at least, that is not a thing. It took me 3 months to learn how to do it when I was learning Spanish and Russian. Ah, yeah, because depending on the sounds that you make, yeah, it can make other languages be a bit harder to pronounce. That's true. You need to visit Stubble then. Har is a fake sound, not real. Also, привет. Привет. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that correctly. I'm just doing the best I can, so please don't come at me. You know? Assume that I'm doing it with the best of intentions every time. Where's my pot? There's my pot. Let's see. I want to redo this pot. Because I was kind of sad when I was doing the pot because I didn't have enough dark colors to do an iron pot. But now I actually kind of do. I'm not Russian, so I would be able to tell you if you said it wrong. Well, okay. I'm basically going off from Zarya's Overwatch, Zarya from Overwatch's line, because she does say "Привет." So, but I don't know if that's, you know, it could be a weird way of saying it, but you know, you kind of take what you can get. Let's see, can I make this pot any? Okay, hold on. Something like that. For the cast iron bit. This instead. That makes it look kind of noisy though. I'd rather not do that. No, but wait, if I do that, then... Maybe I could just make it a full thing instead. then it wouldn't look as good, would it? Okay, let's do the water first then. Don't know if this is the best thing for that, but we will make what we can. We'll do what we can in this bit. Yeah, that would do, I suppose, in a way. Chutes, o HF, Censurados, Rui Veloso, Diabo na Cruz, Bossa AC, Sam the Kid, The Weasel. Oh damn, that's quite a list. Oh gosh, I can't even say that. Okay, I'm not gonna even try to pronounce that. I'm so sorry. WGF with the most bald, hairy lead singer ever. Oh yeah. You know how that goes. I do want to visit Europe one day. I have never left my state. Aha, I see. Maybe you'll get the chance. Yeah. Never say never. Yeah. Europe is a good country. I like it here. Do I want to make you a bit more rounded? Because maybe I do. Maybe I do want to make you a bit more rounded. I mean, yes and no. And the water looks a little bit iffy. I could just make it a half thing, a half circle thing. Because this kind of looks more like a witch's cauldron, which is not what I'm going for. Let me see. If I just do a half edge thing, let's imagine something like, I don't know, something like this. It would be like this instead. And then we do the rounded bit at the top. That could work. And then we do the line art around it. Could also make that be the line art, but we'll see. Something like that. Do the whole bit. The inside will tackle it in a bit, but there's the water bit. Yeah, that looks a bit... That looks less like a cauldron. I'll take it. Little water bit here in the middle. Yeah, that'll do. How big is this pot anyway? Almost fit a person in there. Maybe it is a bit too big, but you know, we'll tackle it as we go. That's okay. Actually, let me recolor this character. I already did that, didn't I? Over here? Yeah, I did. I'm guessing it would be you. So you're the new recolor. It's definitely a little bit of a different vibe, but it's not that much different, I don't think. The new one looks a bit warmer, I guess. I guess warmer is the tone. It looks like a frowny face with bags under its eyes. Wait, which one? Wait, what? Where? What does? The lighted curve in the middle of the pods, the nose, mouth. Oh, this thing? There. Beauty. The pods to the left and right look like tired eyes. Oh, I see. Holy crap. Okay. You were... Okay. Because I was just going off of this. I was just taking this bit part and this with the mouth and this were the eyes, right? You were going way off more than me. Holy crap. Chill Imp. Hello. Welcome. How do you do? But on their own they look like pots? Okay, at least that. At least on their own they look like pots. I'll take it then. Okay, let me just do this little highlight for when the fire is lit, I guess. Yeah. Maybe I'll actually make it a little smaller because this does look a bit too big. I'll make it a little smaller, but this should be, you know. I like this because this looks like a more modern pot. We want to, you know, make this look like a bit of a different kind of thing. Yeah. Doing good. Looking around Twitch for Godot devs. Ah, welcome. Yeah. I mean, I am a Godot dev. I am working on a game right now, but right now I'm doing the art for the game. So this is the game. It's a colony sim thing, right? This is what I'm working on, but I'm taking a little bit of time off from developing the game itself to make the art for the game. So that's what you're seeing right now. That's basically it. That's why it looks a little... Yeah, that's why it's a little different. That might be too big. Yeah. Oh wow. Okay. Yeah. This is the final product you're seeing here. It looks pretty bad because it's full of placeholder art. The new art is coming. That's what I'm doing right now. It's a whole game where, you know, your villagers do things and you go about and go on adventures, you know. Because your villagers can also be adventurers. There's a whole thing. Yeah, but that's basically it. Yeah, you see they're cutting wood and gathering herbs and stuff, but I can't. What do you mean placeholder art? It looks cute. Well, thank you. Yeah, I'm meaning placeholder art because aside from the character in this bit right here, aside from the character, everything is from an asset pack, and I'm slowly trying to replace all of the art asset pack things with stuff of my own creation, which is what you're seeing right here, right? So this is the villager that you're seeing right there, but I'm doing new things for the house, for these houses, so they can have things on them. You know, there are beds, looms, stools. I'm doing a bunch of stuff to put in the house. And right now I'm doing a pot because they need to cook, right? At the end of the day, you know, I drew the placeholder art. I am Kenny. Well, welcome. welcome, Kenny. Let him cook. Let him cook. Exactly. Oh crap, it's ad time. Oh, I'm so sorry about that. I forgot about the whole ads thing. Okay. I'll do a quick break while the ads are running, and I will be back in a few minutes. I promise. I'm so sorry. I completely, I didn't even look. I didn't even realize the ads were coming. So I'll see you guys in a bit. Hello. Sorry, everybody. Okay, I'm back now. I'm sorry about that. Oh, man. Let him cook. True. We cooking good art. Oh, thank you so much, Teresa. Thank you. When did you start game dev? I have no ads. I see. I started game dev a long time ago. If you mean this project specifically, this project started its full-blown development at around 1.5 years ago now. But yeah, since starting game dev, it's been a while. I've been at this for like 12, 13 years at this point. It's a bit. If I see this French owl advert again, I'm eating my arm. Oh, I'm so sorry about that. Chilling the ad void. I am so sorry about the ads, everybody. Thanks for the car ad, Twitch. Wait. Do I look like I can afford a car? Look at these poor people getting ads. Wait. I haven't gotten ads on Twitch in 2 years. I think Twitch knows I have no monies. It depends. There's a lot of factors that can go into that. I don't know exactly what it is, but yeah. At least you can see a car. I can see the French owl on repeat. Ugh, that is horrifying. They think I can afford a car. I can't even afford to watch the ad. Welcome back. Thank you so much, 900. Teresa, thank you so much. 12, 13 years. Yeah, I mean, you know, granted, most of those, well, not most of those, but at least half of those, I was juggling game development as a hobby. Instead, I had a daytime job, and then I would go home and do game dev on the side. You know, it's been an ongoing tale. Let's just put it that way. Sarks looks really good for 87 years of age. Why, thank you. Oh man. By the way, I rigged my first model in Blender. I think making 3D games might be in my future. I'll share it on the Discord. Ooh. Yes. That is pretty nice. I'm very glad to hear that. Let me see. Ooh, this looks pretty sweet. I love this art style. There's just something about it. Okay, let me show it off to everybody. I'm sorry, Kago. I don't make the rules. You make something cool, I'll show it off on stream. All right. Sorry, not sorry. Let me see. Can I make the whole video on the whole window? Let me see. Almost, kinda, but I'll do my best. I'll do my best to fit the whole video in the window. It's hard though. Just about nailed it. Not perfect, but it'll do. Okay. Look at that. It looks pretty cute. It looks pretty cool. And it repeats too. Hell yeah. I'm in those shoes right now, learning game dev after work, though I'm exhausted as hell. That can happen. That was something that happened to me quite a bit. Yeah. I also, when I was working full time on another job, doing game dev at the end of the day, especially because I had huge commute times, my commutes would go from 1 hour to 1 hour and 30 sometimes, depending on which job I had at the time. It was pretty bad. Sometimes I would come home and the last thing that I wanted was to do game dev. Nowadays it's different. Eventually, I got to do full-time game dev, you know, working on game dev as my day job, which is pretty cool. But, you know, things have not worked out that way. So that's why I'm here. I love it. It looks so good, doesn't it? I really like it. Do a whole game like this, Kago, please. I beg. Okay? I am very partial to this style. And I know you are too, because you are a Mega Man fan, all right? I know you. I see you over there. It looks pretty good. You should definitely follow up on this, because this looks sick as hell. Needs more ray tracing. True. Looks sick. It does. It really does, yeah. Vibes of PlayStation 1 horror game. Yeah. Gives off that vibe for sure. It's really hard. I'm only doing a half-time contract right now, and I'm still getting only a little game dev done. Yeah. That is the sad reality. That is true. Yeah. Hiya, rabbits. Welcome. 3D Kago, let's go. You guys are too nice. You're supposed to beat me and call me trash. How dare you? No, that was not trash at all. That was really good. Wait. Go finish this. True. Deciduous! Welcome. I hope you're doing good. Hello. How are things? Hello. I am now stalking Kago on faketwitter.com. There you go. So many of you stalking me these days, as they should. You're doing some sick-ass things. So it's very well deserved. Absolutely. Are you kidding me? When did you post this? Did you post this just now? How did I not catch this on my timeline? Actually, let me fix that. Give me a second. This was on May 11th. This was 2 days ago. How did I miss this? I need to atone for my sins. There you go. I have atoned for my sins. There we are. also find it a bit hard to progress since I have a very, very, very severe case of making cliche games like Snake is boring. So my brain just decides not to pay attention. I create the same function 5 times, but with different names. I mean, there is something to be said for if you find making others' games too boring, right? You should definitely try to make something up yourself. But the thing is, try to make it simple. You know, the easiest you make yourself to finish your game, right? The easiest you make it for yourself to finish a thing, it'll actually improve your morale. You'll think, oh man, I can actually do this. It's actually pretty nice. And then you'll jump to another project. You know, you can do that with original projects. You don't have to remake old projects just for the sake of it. I mean, if you don't know how, you know, game development works at the beginning, then usually it's a better idea for you to redo other projects, because in that way you have a basis to go off of. But after you get some, you know, experience under your belt, you can actually start doing your own original stuff. Yeah, that's pretty nice. Yeah. Sorry, I set the post to only be visible to true Mass Effect fans. How dare you? How dare you? But it looks pretty cool. It looks pretty cool, Kago. You definitely should go forward with it, because it looks pretty sweet. I like that advice. Yeah, I mean, there is something to be said when you're starting out with projects that have been done 1,000 times before, right? It's because it's easier for people to give you advice and also guide you on stuff that, you know, the kinds of code that you need to do, the kinds of setup that you need to have for your game to function, right? But at some point, you might still, you know, be starting out, but at the same time, you want to do novel things and not just repeat what everybody else has done. That's totally valid. That's totally fair, right? Just be aware that it's going to be harder for you to find help on the internet, or at least for a whole thing, right? Usually those projects are something that you start and complete on one go. You know, for example, there are tutorials that cover the whole creation of a game from start to finish. When you're doing something on your own, when you're doing something original, you're not going to have that. You're not going to have something that, you know, you don't have a clear-cut goal. So that's why making them simple is very important, because that way, you know, you manage to make things, you know, easier to do. You don't get bogged too much with complex stuff. That's basically it. Yeah. But yeah, after a few, you know, projects under your belt, nothing, you know, you can start working on other things. It's totally fine. It's totes okay. I'm trying to avoid tutorials. The max I do is Google things I don't understand. Don't want to end up in tutorial hell, especially not after I skipped regular hell a few months ago. Yeah, I mean, that is something to be, that is also a very, very good thing for you to do. Yeah. Using tutorials or other sorts of aids only when you're stuck is a good way of thinking about things. Because that way you don't get, you don't feel that need to just be on top of the tutorial all the time, right? You actually think a bit for yourself and you try to work things out on your own. Yeah, that's definitely the way to go. Absolutely. Wait, I was doing a pot and doing a very bad job at it. Hold on. This was the resize, right? Yeah, this was the resize. Okay. Is this too big still? This might be still too big. I want them... Then again, I think that's the best size, actually. Yeah, this size seems to be decent. Just need to do a few changes to the whole... Need to make a few changes to the whole pot thing. The anatomy of it, we should be okay. No, wait a minute. this will be the top bit. I need to do the other bit. Like that. Cut it open. That's too large, I think. Again, might be. Maybe not that large, actually. I don't like this curving though. I'd rather for it to be like this. Oh, that looks cute. Okay. We'll keep it like this. And we'll see where this lands. Okay, let's do a few alterations to this. I want to keep the original there because it might help with other things. But yeah, this actually looks pretty neat. This user was banned for their rude Mass Effect fan remark. I'm not sure that hating on Mass Effect is the same effect as promoting ChatGPT. Oh, no, absolutely not. No. I think Vibe AI coding supporters are the new enemy. Oh, absolutely. The Romans are using Gen AI. Oh, they absolutely are. You know they'd be all down for that. Oh, no, wait. Okay, let me do line art first. I mean, I am saying this, but at the end of the day, I might just need to do a bigger pot. Just for readability's sake. We'll see. Color this in. Let's see. Water in. Some like that. I don't like this. I don't like that there's 2 pixels here to the side. Let me actually do this slightly differently. I need to make it this big, which is... Okay, let's see how this looks. Don't like this curving. It looks like a cylinder. I mean, yes and no. I could either do this or just make it slightly bigger. Oh, this one wouldn't be too bad, I don't think. I think this one is actually... I want to make it rounder though. In that sense, this one still looks the best, I think. In terms of the whole roundness thing. I think this one has the better shape. Is that 16 by 16? Yes. This grid is 16 by 16. Though I am making objects larger than that. you know, some objects occupy more than one bit. But yes, this whole thing is 16 by 16. This each square is a 16 by 16 bit. Yes. See how this looks. I think the big problem here is that it's just I think the mouth is too pronounced. I think that's at the end of the day, I think that's it. The mouth is too pronounced. And then it looks a bit iffy looking. It looks like a diamond. It's too straight. Let me do a few changes to see if I can fix this. I think that's what I did up there, wasn't it? That was probably it. Oh no, it's slightly different. Okay. Oh, it's a little smaller. Yeah, there is that. And that way, I would have to do this instead. I like this one. It might be too big, but I kind of like it. Let me... Which one of these two should I do? Well, they're both kind of the same. It's just a matter of height. So I'll just do one and see if it looks I kind of like the shape of it, but there is something to it that I don't know, there's something about the whole shape of it that I don't like very much. I don't know exactly what it is. My finger on it, but... Try 1, 2, 3, 2, 1 on the bottom. I don't know if that's going to work. I don't think I have enough pixels for that, but... It means something like... I'm assuming you're talking about this, right? The whole curvature thing? But the 1, 1 on the sides are actual sides? Right, right. One, two, three. Is this what you mean? I don't know if that's exactly what you mean, but it's basically this one, yeah. Just with a slightly, but this is too. too large. I like this curvature a little better. This is the kind of curvature I want. I think at the end of the day, this just might be the one. What if I put it on? Still not sold on the top though. I don't know about that one. Yeah, in this case, this curvature, which is the same as this one, actually works a bit better, I feel. All these look like water bowls. Done with the looms or just taking a break. I'm kind of done with the looms. I don't know. I might just jump back on them at some point, but I'm going to keep them like this for now, and then we'll see. You know, I did this. This is the side view. This is the front view. They both occupy a 2x1 cell bit. So this is the floor on one of them. This is the floor on the other one. And right now I'm just, you know, they're not perfect. I might, you know, touch them up a bit at some point. But for now, I'll stick to these. And now I'm doing a pot. I'm doing an iron kettle in a way. You know, those things that they would have in the middle of their house to cook stuff on. But these look like a cauldron. This looks like a witch's cauldron. So I'm trying to make an actual like iron pot instead. I don't know. I like this one. But this one's too big. I just realized. I really like this one, but this one's too big. So that one's not gonna work. What I think I'm going to do, hold on. Let me make this slightly taller. No, that ruins it. Never mind. Okay. Yeah. Didn't realize you already had like 50 different designs. Sorry, I meant like this. Ah, okay, thank you. Thank you so much. No worries, no worries. Ah, a smaller bit. Ah, okay. That does make it a little harder to place on the grid, but I'll give it a shot. Let me see. Because the problem with that one is that it makes it off center for the grid, and that might be a little harder for me to put everything in, but let's give it a shot. Wait, I think that was it, right? I'm just looking at it. 3, 2, 1. Yeah, that's it. Okay. And I'd have to... something like that. Yeah, that's basically the thing. Yeah. The only problem is that it becomes a little too small, I feel. I do like it, though. But this one has 2 issues. Is that the first one is that it's a bit too small, I feel, for what, because this is supposed to be a huge cooking pot for people to, you know, prepare their meals on. But the other thing is it's off the grid, and that kind of upsets me. But I mean, it looks, yeah, it looks really nice. I do quite like it. It's just that being off kilter is actually... Okay, let me try and do a little bit of variation for this. Let's do... Well, but I think I already have that somewhere. I think this is already somewhere here. At least I think so. Maybe it's not. Maybe I'm just... it's this one, I think. Man, it's so hard. Just one pixel of a difference and everything goes up in shambles. I made a flower pot with that. That's so cute. It's awful, but honest work. It's not awful. It's, you know, it's honest work. Yeah. Making assets is so satisfying because you're like, haha, now that I drew a pot, my game can have infinite pots. That is true. That is actually pretty true. I actually have to do some actual ceramics, you know, some actual ceramic pots instead of this, because this is an iron kettle in a way. I have to do those. Maybe I'll do that next, you know, might as well, since I'm already doing this. Might as well do a ceramic pot while I'm at it. So then it's 3 in the middle, you can center it. In your case, it's a bad idea because of the size. Yeah. You could maybe 1, 2, 4, 2, 1. Yeah, maybe. Because these are, I think it's these. I think that's it. Let me see here. Hello, humans. Hello, Yanis. Welcome. I hope you're doing good. Holy shit, it's an imp. Never mind the chill. Yeah, no chill over here. We don't do chill. Yeah, I mean... Yeah, at the end of the day, it's this one. I think it's the exact same thing, isn't it? If I move over. Yeah, it's the exact same thing. Okay. But I like this one more, though. This is the one... I like this curvature the best for some reason. I might... Okay, let me move this one. See what it looks like. It's gonna be one of these two. I think I'm gonna make it bigger, the bigger one, just because, you know, it was used for cooking and stuff. I don't want it to look like, because if you look at reference pictures, I've done a lot of reference pictures or something like that. Me. Let me see if I can find a good picture of the... Well, this would be one. I want something a bit... Yeah, they wouldn't be that big. Okay, let me see if I can find a better picture. Yeah, they usually wouldn't be that big of a pot. I wanted to find a good one that I could show you guys. Exactly what it looked like, but I'm working, all right. I'm doing my best here. I mean, yeah, okay. This is the best I think I'm gonna get for now. It'd be something like this. Something like this. So you see, compared to the person, it's not that big. Right? This might feel a tad too big. Let me see if I can... I mean, these aren't bad, I don't feel. I think I'm going to end up with going with this one. Or this one. But this one might be too big. I think it's going to be this one in the end. Yeah, I think at the end of the day, this is going to be the one I'm going to go with. All right. Let's do a version of it with fire underneath, because I'm a sucker for punishment. Oh yeah, that makes it a problem. That's okay. We can this. Yeah, I mean, if I do it like this, it looks pretty bad, but okay. What if I do this instead? That wouldn't be that bad either. Kind of looks more like a bucket now. Damn it. Hello, humans and Yanis. How does it feel? Wait. It feels good knowing I'm something more than human. Ah, let's go. Or something less. Sorry. You didn't do 1, 2, 4, 2, 1. You did 1, 1, 2, 4, 2, 1, 1. The one on one of the walls, not an additional row, like just one pixel. Ah, I see. Okay. That makes sense. Gotta do the chores. Good luck with the arting. Well, thank you so much, 903 said. Thank you so much. And good luck with your endeavors as well. Yeah. Good luck with your chores. Touche. Exactly. That's at least a 10-liter cauldron. That at least, at the very least. Yes. Stop talking about firewoman. Make me. Why are you touching a coconut? Isn't that too shiny? Wouldn't these be cast iron? Oh yeah, they are a bit too shiny. But I will, eventually I'll have to, I'll have to do a little pass on that. I'm just trying to make it, I'm trying to see how that would go. I'm trying to see how it looks first. Mutes the stream. But yeah, it might be a bit too shiny. Yeah. These might be a bit too shiny. That is true. But they would still need a sort of a highlight on the bottom to indicate that the fire is running. Because even if they're not, polished or anything, they would still reflect a bit of light or something. Yeah. How do you write this way? Yeah, it's a /me. /me, then write something on front. And then it says person does thing that you've just wrote. That this on fire was a little bit mean. I don't know if you should talk about people like that. Yeah, exactly like that. There you go. Me cast mint butthole. Clip it. It'll make her pay. You have to do that at the beginning of the... You have to do that at the beginning of your message. The whole message has to be /me, then the message afterwards. What colors do you use? Is that a preset? Yes, this is a palette that I'm using. It's this palette right here. This palette, I believe, is called... what's the name of it again? Nanner Pancakes. That's what I'm... I would, but I don't want to earn first place with something so mean towards you is all. I see. Excessive. Oh god. Nanner Pancakes. Yes, that is exactly it. Thank you. No problem. The combo wombo. Let's go. What have we done? I know. What has humanity wrought? Something. Okay. I'm gonna leave these in for now. I have to do the whole bit where this stands, because there's also that. Let's do a clay pot, because those were a thing that, a lot of people used back then. Well, everybody pretty much had clay pots at home over there. Hiya, Retropixel. Welcome, welcome. Are those black beans? I'm eating black beans now. These are supposed to be cooking pots. Cast iron cooking pots. Something like this. Pretty much. Yeah. The only thing you have done is breathe manually. Right. Breathes manually. Blinks manually. Oh god. I draw each of these painstakingly by hand. I love it. Swallows manually. Oh god. Manuals manually. Manuals manually. Absolutely. Yeah, it's gonna be one of these, I feel. I'm more tempted towards this one. I think this one looks the best, but we'll get back on that. Actually, yeah, I mean, Reef is actually kind of right. It wouldn't be this bright, I don't feel. It would be something like this, only it would be this, only slightly lighter, but in the same color. This. I mean, no, that's, it has to be a little bit, it has to have a little orange in it. Summons blue eyes white dragon in attack mode. Gasp. You're now breathing manually. Breathes in Spanish. Dark. Still too dark. Something like that. It's not perfect. We'll see. Yeah, we'll see. This'll do. This'll do. Let's do a clay pot. I need to do a clay pot now. Do you have any suggestions for newbies like me that want to get started with game dev? I mean, I know you've mentioned previously that you don't want to do, you know, tried and, or rather not tried, but, you know, normal projects. But that would be the thing that would probably help you out the most if you're just getting started, right? Would be to create a project from scratch with a little help. You know, getting a project start to finish, small one, something that you can do easily. And you know, if you have to follow a tutorial for it, you know, that's totally okay. You're just starting out. But at the beginning, when you're just trying to have stuff, you know, when you're just learning the ropes, redoing a small project like that can actually help you quite a bit to get you in the groove of how things work. From there, you can start doing your original work, right? But, you know, for the first few projects, I would probably go with redoing, you know, old, you know, not exactly old, but tried and tested projects, you know. That would probably be my best bet, you know. There's some great tutorials out there on YouTube and other places that can help you with that. Make something move and then make it do something, preferably something cool, and congrats, you're a game dev. Yeah, there is that. I mean, if you're just looking at how to get started, you know, probably the best way to go around it is read up on it, either a tutorial or, you know, some blog post about it. But if you really want to get knee deep into how things work, I would probably recommend a beginner tutorial on making a game from start to finish. There are tutorials like that where it's just, I don't know, half an hour, 1 hour. It's a very simple game. It's just something very small and cutthroat just for you to get to grips with what you're trying to do. Those are the best ones because you get to finish a project in, I don't know, an hour or 2 hours. And then after that, you can start, you know, now that you know a bit more, you can start building up on it and stuff like that. that would be, you know, my way to go, I feel. I need to make a pot, a big pot. Usually these pots would be either they would be kind of tall. They had a bunch of other they had a bunch of different sizes for pots, but I'm going to make a waist high one. Something like 9-10 pixels. And then I'll do a few small ones. I didn't know you did pot. I didn't take you for a smoker. Oh god. That's not it. That's not it at all. Okay, big clay pot. Let's see here. How big should I make it? You know, for these pots, it would actually be okay to do it a bit taller than this. So let me pick this one up. Let's give it a more earthy color to symbolize clay. And then let's give this an earthy color. That might be too light. No, too dark. Yeah, that would probably be the best way to do it. Okay. We're not gonna put anything inside of it just yet. We're gonna make this. Ooh. Sorry. Okay, there we go. Okay, we're gonna need to do a different curving for this, but we'll get to that. Oh. I watched Sorcery Story today, and she did like 20 pots. That's against TOS. 20. Damn. Yeah, I did a bunch. You can see here. There's a lot of variations. You know. I do this all the time. I start with a design and then I change it pretty much a lot. So this kind of stuff happens. You know, it's a thing. What can I do? Explains why she laughs at my bad puns. Also explains why she keeps eating 10 stories Scooby-Doo sandwiches. True. Shaggy, step aside. It's a good thing the stream is still muted. At least I don't have to hear the downfall of sorcery into the drug world. Oh god. She took schedule 1 a bit too far. Alright, let's take off the... I need to do... These pots usually would be something like... this or something. Needs to be rounder. How tall is this? Oh, that tracks. All right. That'll do. What should I do? So far, I've made a simple Vampire Survivors game, but without the upgrades because imagine unbelievable excuse, and a platformer with a similar aim and shoot or die logic, but I don't know what should/could be next. Those are the two types of semi-comfortably can structure and make it modular and follow solid and so on. I see. Okay, so that's not beginner. I mean, maybe you've only done 1 or 2 projects, but you know, you've already got some solid knowledge on your belt. Yeah. And I mean, solid isn't... I don't mean solid isn't that solid, but yeah. As for what you can do next, a good option in that sense would probably be maybe even a game jam or something like that. You know, you pick up a theme and you have to make a game around it. And from there, you can get your creativity going, even if it's something simple, right? You can get new stuff get new mileage out of that. Yeah. Next, you need to work on an MMO. It's a small project. Trust me. Yeah, trust us. Do an MMO. No, don't do that. You're a game dev then. Also, you don't need solid for your first games. Finishing things and getting used to the workflow is more important. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. What do you mean exactly by the workflow? Well, the workflow can mean a bunch of things, but it's mostly in the case of getting art, music, code, all of that working together into your project and, you know, working as it should. And workflow is the process of creating that art or that music or that code and, you know, putting that in your project. Coming up with rules, implementing, verifying that's not fun and what's not, refining. Yeah. Putting it all together, basically. The process of putting it all together. Whoa. Solid snake. Exactly. Snake. Okay, let's do. I don't like the fact that I'm using line art for everything, but I'll give it a shot. Needs a bit of shadow, but yeah. So grinding 3 hours for a slightly more blue skin is considered fun, yes? I mean, yeah. Of course. I mean, in truth, I could make a bunch of different kinds of pot shapes. Still count. Kind of like that. I just need to shade them. How am I going to shade this thing? Game of the year right there. Exactly. Oh god, what is this cargo? Oh, okay. It leads to nothing. Maybe you deleted it by mistake. Especially if you can pay $100 to get it. Oh yeah. Absolutely. When you're able to comfortably make a fun game, then you may start worrying about code quality. Yeah. At the beginning, you know, code quality is always nice, right? But first you want something working. Working is more important than good. And I mean good as in a good architecture is fine and all, but if your game doesn't work, a good architecture won't get you anywhere. You want the thing to work first and to, you know, for the implementation to be good later. Especially when you're starting out, because otherwise you'll sweat a lot of details. And, you know, it's more important for you to learn how to make the games themselves. And, you know, eventually you want to worry about those sorts of things, of course. But when you're starting out, getting too bogged down on those details may actually be detrimental. Yeah. Next, sabotage the clip system. But there's nothing there, right? Because I opened it twice now. And it just brings me to Twitch TV. Next, sabotage the clip system. I'm not surprised that guy's the worst. Work first, refactor later. Yeah, that's a good way of looking at it, for sure. Oh, thank you for the hydrate, Yanis. Thank you. Thank you. Ah, there we go. I figured that out like a member of Geek Squad. Let's go. You know, as one does. That might be too exaggerated. Actually, I'm gonna make this darker on the interior here. Just to help out with selling the whole thing. You are a member though. I cleared your Internet Explorer cache. That'll be $120. I should probably be careful with having some shades, Oh, ads are going to start in a minute. Okay, at least I caught it this time. At least this time I caught it. Yeah, ads are going to begin in about a minute. I will take a quick break and I'll come back. And no, not my Pinterest history. It's gone up in flames, Giannis. I'm sorry. I am sorry for your loss, but it is what it is. Curse you. Wait, wrong person. Okay, I'm gonna stop fiddling with this. Okay. All right. I'll take a quick break. And I will just, after I come back, I'll do a few smaller pots. I want to do all kinds of pots. Small, big, all of the things. So I'll see you guys in a few minutes. Hello, everybody. Thank you for flying Sorcery Airways. I don't know why I said that. Thank you so much for flying with us today. All right, I'm back. All of that to say I'm back. All right. Let's finish this pot, shall we? Before I go crazy. You sure you don't smoke? No. Not at all. I'm just a little eccentric. Just a tiny bit. Actually on a lower level. Yeah, I'll take it. I just need to do a bunch of variations, yeah. What screen size do you use to make the 16 by 16 sprites visible? Well, I'm assuming when you mean screen size, you mean game resolution, I think. In game, right? What I am doing here on this game right here, what you are seeing is, I believe it's 4 times the size of a pixel. So every square pixel is actually 4 pixels in. I can actually take a screenshot and see if that's the case. Give me a second. I think, oh, hold on. Yeah, okay, well, let me do a little test here. Oh no, it's actually twice. Okay. So every pixel right here is twice the size it should be. Showing the if you're doing very small sprites, you need to increase the size of your pixels, otherwise it'll just look too small, I feel. But in terms of resolution, let me check. Hold on. Yeah, I'm gonna look into project settings. Give me a second. All right, it's 864. I'm actually gonna type it. 864 by 480. Like that. That's what I'm working with. This is the window that you're seeing right here. Although this is scaled 2 times, so that, you know, it's a bit more visible. But yeah, that's what I'm working with, basically. In more complicated words, 2x no filter upscaling. Exactly. That's exactly it. Thank you, Reef Citizen. Thank you. The art style is coming along. Thank you so much. Hi, Bumblebite. Welcome. I hope we're doing good. Yeah, you know, getting stuff done. Getting these beautiful pots. Well, beautiful might be a bit of a stretch, but you know what I mean. I want to do a few more variations of these. Let's see. I would need to change their anatomy, so to speak. It's funny how just changing a pixel changes a lot about the pod itself. It's this one. Yeah, that's that one. I want to change it slightly, but not exactly. This looks a little less angled than this one. I guess a pixel really does do a lot of difference. This and then let's see exactly how that fits. Yeah, I can make a lot of variations out of this, actually. I made some 16 by 16 things, but they're either ultra small or the UI fonts sizes, like labels, are extremely big if I scale it up / zoom in. A bit hard to make them match. Yeah, that is a thing that you need to be careful of. But you know, it's a struggle. No matter what, progress is progress, pixel by pixel. Exactly. That is exactly it. Okay, I'm just gonna do a few more variations because, you know, just changing 1 pixel is enough to make the pot look slightly different in terms of shape. Just a matter of... Yeah, just 1 pixel is enough to make it look completely different. Which is cute, you know? It's nice. Should I put them here? Maybe that's a bit too much, huh? Yeah, I'll keep it like that. That's fair. Okay. Just do this. A bit too tall though, but I do like it. Yeah, making it a bit like this will actually silhouette a bit, I feel. Maybe. Because it's a bit more bottom heavy, so yeah. Do you also get a feeling when you nail a good color, shading, or shape while pixeling? Yeah. I mean, sometimes it takes a bit to get there. And even after you think you've landed on a good place, sometimes it just takes a bit of a different view to totally skew your previous thoughts, right? But, you know, it's kind of nice when you land on a good shape for things. I'd say yes. Feeling well pixeling is good title for Sorg's autobiography. Feeling well pixeling. Yeah. I got a lot of feels. It is true. I like this one better. It does sell a bit more of the shape of it, I feel. Yeah. Doing. Okay. Let's see, how far can I take this? Because I feel like that's a bit too far. Yeah, that's a bit too bottom heavy, I feel. Could try to do it, you know, a bit like that. But even then, that'd look a little weird. What do you think about the Inzo Sims game? Worth playing? Inzo... Oh, I think I've I think I've seen it once or twice. I've not been paying too much attention to it. I don't know if it's worth playing or not, but people seem to have jived with it, pretty enjoy. Right. People have been vibing with it quite well. I don't know, actually. I haven't played it yet, so I can't, do a thorough comment on it, I guess, because, but I've seen other people play it, and it does seem very nice. Will you have different sprites for the same items for diversity's sake? I'm trying to do that. I mean, at the beginning, I probably won't do that because that's going to be a lot of work. Here, I'm just trying out different configurations to see exactly how much can I push this to look, like different things. And it looks like it's cool. So, there's that. But I definitely do want to add as many variants as I possibly can. It's just I'm not sure if I'm going to do that at the beginning because that's going to be a lot of work. One thing where that's going to be a huge problem, but also a huge point of, adding variety to the environments is trees. I want to make a bunch of different trees for every kind of tree, but at first I'm just going to do one tree for every kind and then eventually add in other variants later, because making trees is very hard. It's not like a pot that I can whip up in a few seconds. But yeah, I definitely want to do a bunch of variants so that houses don't feel samey, right? Even the same houses, I want them to feel a bit different with the same items. I want them to feel a little bit different. It's not as polished as The Sims. Okay. I must have misremembered you playing it. No, I haven't played it. The only person I know that has played it is Mags. Like me, Magatron. Let's see if I can shout her out without. Can I do it without making a spelling mistake? Yes, I did it. Yeah, Mags is the only person I know who has played it on stream. There's probably been more people, but that's the one I know of off the top of my head. Yeah. But it has a bright future if all the stuff the devs want to do go ahead. Yeah, that's pretty exciting. May I tell you already have 4 perfectly good pods in this bottom row? Thank you so much. Yeah, I mean, yeah, because a pixel makes a whole bunch of difference, I feel. At least, that's what it feels like anyway. Yeah, I do like these. These are very nice. Eventually, I want to make them, smaller versions just for decoration's sake, right? I want to make small versions of these just to decorate the houses and everything. They're not going to have a big, impact on the gameplay or anything. It's just for decorational sake. These I'm probably going to use as actual containers for things, because people back then would use these huge containers to fit in stuff like cereal and crops and everything. Once they were collected, they would put them in these huge ceramic pots, right? So this serves as both a decorational thing as well as a more functional game purpose. Eventually I want, you know, maybe I can have stuff sticking out of it. Like this. We'll see. But for that, I need to keep the mouths the same height, the same place, so I can just, you know, put stuff coming out of it no matter what kind of pot it is. We'll see. We'll see how that works. But yeah, that is I think that is a good bit. Yeah. Let's try to make a small pot. Just for a just to see how small are we talking here. It would have to be something that you could hold in your hand, maybe. Maybe that's a bit too small. Let's do something like, I don't know, like extremely small. Something like this, right? Something like really cute and really small. Kago walks in flexing, humming, smiling, and waving a strange medal. I did catch that. Don't think I didn't catch that. I did catch that. Congrats, by the way. Congratulations. Hiya, Chocobo. Welcome, welcome. I hope you're doing good. No, wait, that's not what I... Right, that's the best I'm gonna get, isn't it? Yeah, I guess. Something like that. Do I make it one across the top or no? Wait. That'll do. Yeah, and in the same vein, you know, I could do different kinds of bits on this, different kinds of shapes, and that should be easy enough to create new variants. Looks like a very white pot. I like it. Yeah, it's pretty much going to be... Oh, this might be... Yeah, I think this is a better shading variant. I wonder how small I can make them. I'm gonna make just one more variant and then I'm gonna try something smaller. Yeah, it's basically the same principle. It's just changing a few pixels here and there, especially at this size. It's very easy for us to make very different kinds of pots in that regard. Got to go. Thank you so much for the stream and good luck on the art. Thank you so much, Kago. Thank you so much. Not that you need luck. Thank you so much. Yeah, I mean, I'll be here doing these little pots and other things. Maybe not. Maybe I don't have enough time to do other things today. But yeah, should be going fairly soon, so it's okay. Thank you so much for being here, Kago. I do appreciate it. Have a great rest of your day. And I'll see you hopefully tomorrow. Okay, maybe I shouldn't do that. Yeah, maybe just that should be enough. Could do that instead, but yeah. You making pot? Yeah, I'm making a lot of pots. Look at that. Look at all the pots I've made. I made cooking pots. I made ceramic pots right here. I done a bunch of them. Yeah. Oh, oops. That wasn't supposed to happen. You were supposed to be colored on the top. And over here, down here, it's fine. Yeah. The smaller you make them, the easier as it is. Yeah. Oh my pot. Hi, Dirk Lover, and thank you so much for the hydrate. welcome. She's all about pot. No, it's true. I love pots. Look at that. Aren't they majestic, beautiful creatures? I see some are higher than others. I mean, yeah. I was just experimenting with sizes. I was doing the big ones. These are supposed to be, the big variant ones, and these are smaller ones that I was just figuring out. I was just trying to figure them out a little bit. I want to see how small I can make them and still look like actual pots and not like a small brown blurb, I guess. These are what, 6? Yeah, these are 6. Oof, that is cutting it pretty small, but okay. I'm gonna try anyway. We will be trying. To see what it looks like. Yeah, because I don't even... You know what this reminded me of all of a sudden? Those potions from Prince of Persia that he collects from the floor. Kind of needs to be like more like this, I guess. But yeah, kind of looks like that. Yeah, I don't think I can make them smaller than this. I don't think. These are like the smallest ones I can make. Yeah. Let me just look it up. I'm not going to be able to find it, am I? It's going to be really hard. Ah, okay, here's one. They don't look quite as like I remember. This is what it looks like. There you go. But it kind of reminded me of that for some reason. There you go. This is what peak potions aspire to, all right? I don't make the rules. Yeah, but I don't think I can make them any smaller than this. This is like already extremely small. I think this is as far I can push it. Because even, the smaller it gets, harder it uh the harder it is to make different kinds of combinations for the whole layout of or like the cross section of it. Yeah. All right, give me just a few seconds, everybody. I will be right back. All right, sorry about that. I'm back now. I have returned. There you go. All right. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, it looks okay. Yeah, the problem is the smaller I make them, the hardest it is to make variants. Because there's only so many pixels I can push here. That's not looking like the thing. Can try to make a more pronounced one, but that doesn't look all that. Yeah, I'll keep this one, but I don't know if they'd actually do stuff like this. Oh, yeah, this is a good variety of ceramics. I might paint them a little differently as well, because that also helps sell the variety. If I make them slightly different in terms of color, that actually might help in that regard. If I make them lighter, for example. I mean, it might just become too bright, but different kinds of clay. This could be a lighter clay in a way. So, you know, there's still some variation I could do there too. Stuff like this. It's not perfect, but you know. What about multiple pots in a tile? Or you can do that in the game. I will think about it, because my idea right now is just to make the small bits and pieces. But yeah, the idea would be to eventually make a tile that would be, for example, stuff like this, right? And this would become its own tile. And then I could use this in a lot of places. Yeah, this is what I'm hoping that I'll do eventually. You know, create some of this variation to, you know. Oh, oops. But yeah, stuff like this. This is the kind of thing that I'm keep that, it looks good. Thank you. Yeah, this is the kind of stuff that I'm aiming towards. It's gonna be harder for these because these are really big. But even so, I can, you know, push it a little bit and just add a few different ones here. Stuff like this, right? I mean, I'd have to do a few variations of all of this, but yeah, this is the sort of stuff that I'm eventually trying to do. Yeah, that's mostly it, basically. Might do... Yeah, I think this is good enough for now. I really have to work with that. I'm still unsure about this one. I like this one. I like the shape of this one, but I'll have to check. Because this was already the Iron Age, so they would have iron cast pots. Ceramics would still be the same, right? Because there was a lot of access to clay and stuff like that. Let's see. I just realized. Where's my palette? Palette. Just see if this could work. Oh, but that's right. Yeah, that would that would look a little iffy. That is true. Let's give it a shot. Yeah, that might look a bit too iffy. Like that. Something like that. But then I'd have to do... This whole perspective thing is killing me a little. But yeah, that would look kinda something like that. At some point, possibly. Oh, no, wait a minute. No, it wouldn't. Hold on. No, I'm looking at this all wrong. Yeah, this is fine. it would probably look down here. That's where it would change things a little bit. I'm thinking about the threads dangling down, right? Because as, you know, if you look at this sideways, we've got the pull right here. The threads would be dangling down directly. And except for these ones, these would kind of curve in and they would do something like this, right? Whereas the other ones would all fall down directly. Maybe I can sell that here. Sell that happening. How big are you? 30. Midpoint is right here. Below that. Let's copy this. So point of this is there. So we'd have something. Right here. And I can even do a duplicate of this. Put it a little further up so I could sell the whole perspective thing. Something like that. Probably would need to be a little darker, but that kind of works. And keeps this whole thing straight, which just helps out a lot. Oh yeah, and this would dangle down a bit more so you could see the weights. So yeah, I could probably a bit like this. So it would look something like that. Right? I mean, how... This is the thing dangling down. This or like this. And that sells the a bit more. That could work. Oh, I just realized. No! I made a mistake. I can fix it. It's okay. Suck. Yeah, and then... Ooh, I like the effect that it makes on the end here. That actually looks pretty nice. Actually looks kind of nice. I like that. Gives off a little continuity. It feels like there's something happening here toward the bottom. It's pretty good. It's pretty nice. Not sure if I should do line art around it though. Because there is a bit here that is kind of visually noisy. Which is this bit right here. If I do that, then this whole thing is gonna go in flames, I guess. Yeah, that looks pretty bad. I think I'm gonna keep it like that, and that's fine. I can darken the wood if that helps. I think I can just darken it, and that would help out a bit, I guess. But doing this is definitely not the way to go. It adds way too much visual noise. I could have them a bit more split apart, I guess, but I don't think that's gonna work all that well. Because then it would add even more noise to it, I feel. I don't know. Yeah, but I do like this little addition down here. It definitely helps a little bit, I feel. Definitely like this little addition down here. Sure. How is this looking? I'm kind of liking this. This looks neat. Yeah, they look the appropriate size too. That's pretty nice. Yeah. There's also the cooking pot that I'll need to place somewhere in here because you usually would levitate above a bonfire. And then the character comes over and stirs it up with a little bit of a wooden dowel. Something like this. I'm gonna go in and stir it. I know it kind of looks like a witch's pot, but it's not a witch's pot, okay? It's not supposed to look like it. But yeah, it's not looking that bad, actually. Got a few things going on. Items. I'll probably, you know, tomorrow or today, maybe, I'll do a list of other stuff that is missing and I'll tackle those. But I think this is mostly what was inside of these houses. You know, there were other decorative items and all that stuff, but some of the stuff is so small that I'm probably not even going to bother to do them. They're just way too small. There is no way I can feasibly do those and not make them look terrible. Yeah. That will do. That will most certainly do. Could also work on outside plants as well. I just reminded myself because there is one thing I want to do eventually. It would be nice to have it in the first playable demo, but we'll see. Which would be some good vegetation to cover the bits where there aren't any trees. I also want to have some tall grass and other kinds of things like that. Also, there's wheat growth that we're gonna have to do. Wheat, rye. those kinds of things. Because, yeah, apparently they grew peas. That's another thing I found out while reading through the history books. They planted peas and rye and a bunch of other things. I'll need to look up the references for those plants because there is no way I'm gonna make those plants justice. Do those plants justice while making the art for this thing. There is just no way at all. Maybe tomorrow I'll work on the fire pit. Yeah, because I already have it here. It's just that it doesn't look very convincing. Actually, let's do a few changes to this while we're here. First of all, this needs a new coat with the new colors. First of all. Yeah, needs a bit of the new colors going on here. Where's my palette? Oh, Chillin, thank you. Thank you so much for the follow. I gotta go now, but I follow. You and your chatters are very friendly. Yeah, I mean, you know, over here, I do try to cultivate friendliness over here. But yeah, glad to have you on board. Thank you so much and enjoy the rest of your day. Hopefully I'll see you some other time. Thank you, thank you. Maybe a tad too bright. Just a tad. Just a tad too bright. That'll do, kinda. There's also the lighter version. Lighter version? I kind of like the lighter version more though. Maybe that's the ticket. It's actually not gonna look like that, but well, yeah, I actually have more than 2 browns now. 2 grays now, so I can actually use a gray instead. I can actually do this, which I couldn't do before because I didn't have enough grays. How crazy is that? Also do a bit of a shadow thing here. Sell it a bit more. How about that one? How about that one? Oh, thank you so much, Dirk Lover. Thank you for the hydrate. Thank you, thank you. I can make this look a little more. Because from what I've read, these were supposed to be made with clay and other kinds of equal materials. Similar materials. Do I want... Because if I'm kind of afraid that if I do this, it'll kind of look like stone instead. Not sure about that one. Yeah, if I make it look like... It'll actually look like stone if I do this. I'll have to take a good example of things. Yeah, that's probably what I'm going to do. I'm going to look up some stuff tonight. I have so many options that at this point, I don't know which one I should tackle next. But okay, yeah. At least we did the ceramics today, which was really good. Did a bunch of ceramics. Finished the loom. It looks kind of okay. Yeah. Maybe I'll fiddle with it a bit more later, but for now, I think this will do. Yeah. It's not perfect, but it'll do. It'll do. Got the little pot, stirring pot, and got some ceramics in. Yeah. I have to put these in. Maybe I'll do some flooring next, too. Oh, man, there's just so much. But maybe flooring would be a good thing to start with. Because then I'd be able to place these outside of a gray background. I could just do a little less grayish thing. Yeah. Because right now, yeah, if I place these here, you know, they look fine. But I want to have actual ground tiles so I can, you know, see if they go well together, I guess. All right, let me just snooze here real quick. There we go. All right, but I think that's going to be it. Let me... Okay. Just find it here. Oh, I know who we're going to raid. I know exactly who we're going to raid. We're going to raid the one, the only, the Setolix. I haven't raided him in a while, actually. Actually, was it 2 weeks ago or something? Because all the other ones here on the list I've raided in the past week, I think. I think Setolix is by far the longest I've gotten without raiding. So I guess we'll just do that. Yeah. Get it ready here. And we are going to raid the Setolix. Is he doing an Oblivion lockpick mechanic? That's kind of what it looks like. But yeah. All right. let's just set it up. And let's get it rolling. There you go. All right. So with that, did a bunch of things today. I was expecting to do a bit more, to be completely honest, but I'm also, I'm kind of okay with this. I think I've nailed it down a bit. Most of the time, or at least the first hour or something, was me just choosing a new palette, which was a pain. But I'm kind of happy with this palette. I do quite like it. It is a bit more earthy, but I do believe it, it goes with the game quite well. Yeah, I do think it functions pretty well. But yeah, with that, I'll just, I'll keep on adding new things, because right now the name of the game is just adding new items to this. I'm gonna keep on making lists of things that I need to do. The house is still not complete by any stretch of the imagination. But yeah, with that, thank you so much for being here today, everybody. I do appreciate it, whether you're lurking or chatting or anything in between. Thank you so much for being here. I hope you have a great rest of your day, and I'll hopefully catch you on tomorrow. So I'll see you then. Now let's raid. Let's go. Bye, everybody.